What if the very fabric of your reality was woven with threads of ancient magic and blood-soaked history, where every shadow concealed a story and every whisper of the wind carried the echoes of the forgotten? In the misty hills of Ireland, as twilight descends like a shroud, the air thickens with anticipation, and the land itself seems to hold its breath. A chill prickles the spine as the sun dips below the horizon, casting a blood-red hue across the sky. This is a world where gods clash with mortals, and fates dance precariously on the edge of a blade. Beneath the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, a figure stands in the gathering dusk, their heart racing as they clutch a talisman etched with runes of power. This is no ordinary night. The veil between worlds grows thin, and the whispers of long-dead heroes stir with restless urgency. A prophecy looms like a storm on the horizon, foretelling a calamity that could change the very course of time. Every heartbeat reverberates with the weight of expectation, as forces unseen prepare to collide in a battle where the stakes are nothing less than the soul of the land itself. In the nearby village, the flickering lights of hearths cast dancing shadows against crumbling stone walls. Villagers speak in hushed tones of the Fae, those enigmatic beings who flip reality on its head, luring the unwary with promises of grandeur while masking their true intentions. Children are warned not to stray too far into the woods, lest they be claimed by the otherworldly, lost to the ages. Yet, there are those who yearn for the thrill of the unknown, who dare to tread the path that leads into darkness, believing they can seize their destinies from the grasp of fate. As night deepens, a haunting melody weaves through the air, a siren's call that pulls at the very depths of the soul. The singer, cloaked in twilight, possesses an ancient charm, their voice both beautiful and terrible. All who hear it find themselves torn between desire and dread, caught in a web spun by the very forces that shaped the cosmos. Shadows lengthen, secrets coil like serpents, ready to strike. In a hidden glen, a confrontation looms. The air crackles with tension as two powerful figures face each other. One, a warrior clad in shimmering armor. The other, a figure draped in darkness, eyes glinting with malice. A choice must be made, one that could shatter the delicate balance between realms and unleash chaos upon the earth. The clash of swords will ring through the ages, and legends will be born from the ashes of this night. What will become of the land steeped in myth and mystery? As the clock ticks toward midnight, the fate of gods and mortals hangs in the balance, waiting for a single moment to ignite the fire of ancient prophecies once more. In the heart of this tempest, the air is electric with the promise of revelation. History breathes, ready to unleash its long-buried truths. On a mist-laden morning, the veil between worlds thinned, and whispers of ancient spirits danced on the wind. The air buzzed with anticipation, as if the trees themselves were listening, ready to tell the stories they had guarded for centuries. In the shadows of towering stone circles and deep emerald forests, a tapestry of belief, tradition, and mystery began to emerge. Celtic mythology, a world rich with heroes, gods, and the echo of long-lost hearts. Celtic mythology has its roots nestled within the soil of the British Isles, spreading its branches across Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and parts of France. These lands were once alive with the pulse of a vibrant culture, where the fabric of life was woven from tales of gods who reigned over the elements, warriors who fought with valor, and wise druids who sought knowledge from the very stars themselves. A culture steeped in an understanding of the cycles of nature, It thrived on the belief that every stone, stream, and tree held a story. Centuries ago, before the written word graced their pages, the Celts passed down their beliefs in a rich oral tradition. Around flickering fires, they wove tales that spoke of the sun and the moon, of life and death, and of the bridge that connected the two. These stories were not mere entertainment. They were lifelines, deeply embedded in the fabric of daily existence. The Celts understood the importance of memory, of preserving the past within the present. For the threads of their ancestors still echoed in their hearts. The gods of Celtic mythology were not distant beings perched upon clouds, but lively figures with emotions that mirrored those of their followers. There was the fierce and fiery goddess Brigid, who watched over healing and inspiration, sparking the imagination of poets and artisans alike. Then there was Cernunnos, the horned god of nature and fertility, whose presence reminded the Celts of the power and mystery of the wilderness. Each deity embodied the essence of the world around them, connecting the people to the land they inhabited. As dusk fell, the shadows grew long, and the air thickened with the weight of reverence and fear. Tales of the otherworld swept through the land like a chill wind, a place where time stood still and where the veil between life and death was as fragile as gossamer. The Celts believed that the otherworld was not merely a destination for souls, but an integral part of their existence, a realm where heroes would journey after death, and where the gods often walked among mortals. It beckoned with promises of adventure and wonder, yet it was also a reminder of the unknown, a reminder that life was both a gift and a journey, fraught with peril. Lughnasadh, a festival held to honor the god Lugh, painted the landscape with revelry and joy. As the sun dipped low, families gathered to celebrate the harvest, the air thick with the scent of baked bread and roasted meats. Stories of Lugh, the master of crafts and protection, filled the air, weaving a spell of unity among the people. But beneath the laughter, there lay an undercurrent of longing, a reminder of their ancestors who had walked these lands before them. The Celts revered their ancestors, believing they lingered close, guiding and protecting their descendants. Tombs scattered across the hills and valleys served as sacred spaces, echoing with the stories of those who had come before. The burial mounds, known as tumuli, were not just final resting places. They were gateways to the otherworld, where the spirits of the departed could join the realm of the gods. Every stone placed, every ritual performed, was steeped in the belief that the past was a living entity, ever present and vital to the present. Yet, amid the reverence and celebration, there was also darkness that haunted the edges of their stories. The tales of the Tuatha De Danann, a mythical race that descended from the skies, painted a picture of a fierce struggle between the old gods and the new. The arrival of the Milesians, who sought to claim the land, marked a turning point in the narrative of the Celts. The clash of these two worlds echoed through the ages, each battle a testament to the struggle for identity and belonging. The Celts found themselves caught in a web of destiny, their mythology shaped by the power of conflict and the inevitability of change. As the moon bathed the land in silver light, tales of love and betrayal unfolded in whispered tones. The tragic story of Deirdre and the sons of Usna lingered in the air, a poignant reminder of the heart's desires and the sacrifices made in the name of love. Deirdre, a figure of beauty and tragedy, was a symbol of the tensions that rippled through Celtic society, a world where love could ignite passion and conflict in equal measure. Her story, filled with yearning and heartache, continues to resonate, a reflection of the timeless struggles of the human soul. In the quiet moments, when the fires flickered low and the stars shone brightly overhead, the Celts would sit in contemplation, their thoughts drifting toward the mysteries of existence. What lay beyond the horizon? Was there a connection to the cosmos that they had yet to uncover? They placed their trust in the wisdom of the Druids, who stood as the bridge between the seen and the unseen, guiding the people in matters of the heart and spirit. The Druids understood that the stories of the past were not just remnants of a bygone era. They were alive, pulsing with energy and meaning. Celtic mythology was not merely a collection of tales. It was a living testament to the resilience of a people who faced the trials of life with courage and conviction. Each story was a thread in the vast tapestry of existence, connecting generations, cultures, and the very essence of what it meant to be human. And as the fires crackled and the breeze whispered through the trees, the Celts continued to weave their stories, knowing that the echoes of their ancestors were never truly silenced, but lived on, waiting for the next listener to embrace them. On misty hills, where shadows dance with the light, the air thrums with the echoes of a people long vanished, yet their heartbeat still resounds through the ages. The Celts, with their fierce spirits and rich traditions, inhabited a world woven tightly with myth and history, each thread a testament to a life vibrant and unyielding. Picture a bustling village nestled in green valleys, where wood smoke curls lazily into the sky and laughter mingles with the songs of nature. The sound of hammers striking iron fills the air, crafting weapons and tools that tell stories of valor and survival. Here, men and women share tales around flickering fires, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea that lap at distant shores. They speak of gods who walk among them, deities of the sun and moon, of earth and sky, each holding sway over the elements and the lives they lead. The Celts were more than warriors. They were poets, dreamers, and artists who painted their world in vivid colors. Their intricate jewelry shimmered with brilliance, each piece a testament to their craftsmanship and devotion to beauty. From the spirals that echoed the cycles of nature to the knots that symbolized eternity, their art was alive, breathing stories of love, loss, and the inexorable passage of time. Yes, the Celts were deeply connected to the world around them. Their reverence for nature shaped every aspect of their lives, urging them to listen and learn from the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. As the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow across the fields, a subtle tension hung in the air. The Celts thrived in a time of expansion and change, as tribes would clash and unite, each battle etching deeper lines of loyalty and betrayal into their histories. Clans moved like the tide, rising and falling with the ebb and flow of fortune. Each warrior, clad in tartan and armed with spear or sword, bore the spirit of his ancestors, ready to fight for his people and the land they cherished. Yet, for all their strength, there was a fragility in their world, a sense of impermanence that loomed like a specter in the shadows. The Romans, with their legions marching with disciplined precision, threatened to engulf the Celts in a wave of conquest. The clash of swords rang out, a symphony of chaos amidst the thundering of hooves and cries of battle. The Celts fought fiercely, their hearts ablaze with the fire of resistance. They knew the stakes. Their way of life dangled precariously on the edge, the old gods watching with bated breath as history unfurled before them. In the stillness that followed the chaos, there lingered the weight of loss. A mother mourns her son, A widow weaves her grief into the fabric of her clan's stories. The celebrations of harvest are now tinged with ache, as every gathering becomes a bittersweet reminder of those who have gone. Yet through the pain, the Celts clung to their heritage, passing down tales of bravery and wisdom through song and storytelling. The bards, keepers of memory, held the power of the spoken word, their voices rising like smoke into the twilight, weaving threads of the past into the very fabric of the present. As the days turned to seasons, the Celts adapted, their cultures mingling and morphing with the tides of time. The arrival of new ideas and customs, brought by traders and travelers, added layers to their already rich tapestry. Festivals celebrated the changing seasons, marking moments when the veil between worlds thinned, a time when magic danced freely in the air. Samhain, a festival of the dead, became a time for reflection, when families gathered to honor their ancestors, lighting bonfires that flickered with hope in the darkness. And yet, the shadows of conflict loomed ever closer. As the Romans tightened their grip, the Celts faced an uncertain future. Legends of bravery and heroism inspired resistance, warriors stepping forward to defend their lands against the encroaching tide. The stories of legendary figures like Cu Chulainn surged through their hearts, igniting a fire that would not be easily extinguished. The air thickened with tension as tribes united under the banners of their ancestors. The tales of the past became rallying cries, and the bond of kinship surged like the river's flow. The result was a mingling of blood and bravery, a fierce determination etched into the hearts of each warrior, ready to defend their home. The land itself stood as a witness, the hills and valleys echoing with cries of defiance, as nature itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the outcome of this struggle. Amidst the tumult of battles and the throes of change, the Celts remained resilient, their spirits unbroken. They carved their beliefs into the stones of the earth, etching symbols of their gods and their stories into the landscape. The sacred groves, where ancient trees whispered secrets, were revered spaces, places where the divine and the mortal met. And in those moments, the boundaries blurred, creating an ethereal connection that bound them to the world beyond. As the fires burned low and the stars sparkled in the night sky, the Celts understood one thing. Their story was not merely one of survival, but one of transformation. The winds of change could howl and the storms rage, but the essence of who they were, fierce, passionate, and deeply connected to the earth and each other, would endure. The rhythm of life persisted, carrying the weight of history forward, each heartbeat a promise that their legacy would somehow echo through time. And as dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the land in a soft golden light, the Celts stood resolute, prepared to face whatever lay ahead. They were not just a people lost to the tides of time. They were a living tapestry of culture and spirit, their legacy woven through the hearts of those who followed, echoing in the songs that would carry their stories into the future. The winds whispered their names, and the world held its breath, waiting for what was yet to come. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills, there once lived a storyteller whose voice could weave magic into the air. On nights when the moon hung low and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, the villagers would gather around a crackling fire, their eyes wide with anticipation. As the flames danced, casting flickering shadows on eager faces, the storyteller would begin. With each word, he summoned the ancient echoes of gods and heroes, a mythological cycle that pulsed with life and emotion. This cycle was no mere tale. It was a tapestry of human experience. stitched together with threads of triumph, despair, love, and betrayal. It was a rhythmic heartbeat, rising and falling like the tide, echoing the very essence of humanity. The gods, with their capricious whims, acted as mirrors reflecting the struggles and joys of the people below. They were fierce warriors and gentle guardians, harbingers of both chaos and order. Their stories intertwined like the branches of an old oak, each one leading to another, creating a labyrinth of meaning and significance. At the center of this cycle stood a hero, often flawed, yet undeniably brave, thrust into the throes of fate. As the villagers listened, they felt the weight of each decision the hero made, the stakes rising with every challenge faced. Would he choose love over duty? Would she sacrifice everything for a fleeting moment of happiness? The questions hung in the air like a thick fog, palpable and suffocating. The audience felt their hearts race with each twist, their breaths catching in their throats as they lived and relived the hero's journey. Beside the hero danced the shadows of the gods, their laughter echoing like distant thunder. Some were benevolent, guiding the hero with wisdom, while others reveled in mischief, throwing obstacles in his path. This duality reflected the chaos of life itself, where joy often walked hand in hand with sorrow. The gods' motivations were as complex as the threads of fate that bound them, and with every action they took, the villagers understood the delicate balance between free will and destiny. One particularly gripping tale centered around a fierce goddess, known for her strength and beauty. She found herself torn between loyalty to her people and an undeniable attraction to a mortal man. As the storyteller unfolded this narrative, a hush fell over the crowd. The tension was palpable. They could almost feel the weight of her choices pressing down upon them. Would she forsake her divine duties for love, or would she remain steadfast, sacrificing her own desires for the greater good? The villagers leaned in, their hearts pounding with anticipation, as if their very lives depended on her decision. As the story wove through the cycles of creation and destruction, it became clear that this mythological tapestry was not just a collection of tales, but a profound reflection on existence itself. Each cycle mirrored the seasons, the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of stars. The stories spoke of beginnings and endings, of the eternal dance between light and dark. The villagers could feel the energy of their ancestors coursing through the air, reminding them that they were part of something greater, something ancient and alive. In one breathless moment, the storyteller recounted a great battle between the forces of good and evil, where gods clashed with titanic fury. The ground shook as heroes emerged, their swords gleaming under the sun, ready to face their adversaries. The tension crackled in the air like static electricity, setting their nerves on edge. As the battle raged, the audience felt every blow as if it were struck against their own hearts. Victory and defeat hung by a thread, the emotions swirling like a tempest as the tide of the fight shifted, only to change again. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, there lay moments of profound beauty. The storyteller paused, allowing the crackling fire to illuminate the faces of the villagers, reflecting the flickering emotions dancing within them. There were times of laughter, as the heroes shared tales of camaraderie and friendship, reminding them that even in the darkest of times, light could be found. Those moments shone like stars in the night sky, reminding everyone of the importance of connection, of shared experiences that bind humanity together across the ages. As the storyteller spun the tales, the villagers could feel the threads of their own lives weaving into the fabric of the stories. They saw their struggles mirrored in the heroes' challenges, their hopes reflected in the triumphs of the gods. The cycle of myth was alive, breathing alongside them, each story a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The fire crackled, the night deepened, and with every tale told, the shadows danced more fervently, casting new stories upon the walls of memory and imagination. In the midst of these tales, a chilling wind blew through the village, carrying whispers of forgotten legends. The storyteller paused, sensing the weight of history pressing down upon him. The myths were more than just stories. They were echoes of the past, rich with lessons that shaped the present. The villagers felt their skin prickle with anticipation, as if the very spirits of their ancestors were gathering around the fire, urging them to pay heed. For within these stories lay the seeds of wisdom, a guide for navigating the complexities of life. The cycles of the gods and heroes revealed the significance of choices, the consequences that ripple through time. Each moment, whether joyous or painful, was a thread in the grand tapestry of existence, reminding the villagers that they too were part of this eternal cycle. As the wind howled, the storyteller's voice rose in urgency, weaving a spell that held the audience captive, hearts racing, minds ignited with the brilliance of myth. The fire began to die down, but the energy of the stories lingered, crackling like embers in the night. The villagers felt a mixture of longing and hope, their souls stirred by the tales of old. The cycle did not end. It transformed, shifting seamlessly into new narratives, new heroes, and gods yet to be revealed. As the moon hung high above, casting silver light upon the world, it became clear that these stories were not just remnants of the past. They were alive, waiting to be breathed into existence again and again, echoing through the ages as long as there were hearts willing to listen. In a misty glade, where ancient trees whisper forgotten stories, the air crackles with a sense of magic. Shadows dance as if alive, flickering in the golden hue of the setting sun. It is here, in this enchanted space, that the echoes of the Celtic pantheon resonate, calling out to those who dare to listen. The gods and goddesses of the Celts were not mere figures of mythology. They were powerful forces woven into the very fabric of life. Their tales, steeped in emotion and vibrant imagery, draw one in, leaving a tantalizing promise of adventure and revelation. At the helm of this divine assembly stands the mighty Dagda, a figure both fierce and benevolent. His presence commands the earth and sky, a protector of his people. With a massive club that could bring the dead back to life or crush enemies, he embodies strength and nurturing. The tales tell of his endless cauldron, which never runs dry, offering sustenance to all who seek it. Yet, beneath his imposing demeanor lies a heart that beats with compassion, a reminder that power without love is empty. Beside him, the ethereal Brigid shines like a beacon of hope. A goddess of fire, healing, and poetry, she is the embodiment of inspiration. Her warmth radiates through the coldest nights, igniting creativity and passion in the hearts of mortals. Festivals in her honor filled the air with laughter and song, celebrating the cycles of life and rebirth. As the sun rises on Imbolc, her sacred day, the earth awakens from its slumber, and the first stirrings of spring can be felt. Brigid's influence instills courage in the weary, a gentle reminder that even the darkest moments can give way to light. Across the landscape, the haunting figure of Morrigan emerges, draped in shadows and mystery. The goddess of war and fate, she is both a fierce protector and a harbinger of death. Her presence sends shivers through the air, a warning that the battlefield is not only a place for valor, but also a stage for the inevitable. Legends speak of her transforming into a raven, soaring above the chaos of war, her cries echoing in the hearts of those who dare to fight. The duality of her nature represents the balance of life and death, a reminder that every ending holds the seeds of a new beginning. Emotions surge and crash like waves as warriors invoke her name, seeking her favor before the clash of steel. And what of Lu, the radiant sun god? His brilliance pierces through clouds, a harbinger of victory and skill. Celebrated for his many talents, warrior, craftsman, and bard, he embodies the spirit of ingenuity. The festival of Lughnasadh, dedicated to him, heralds the harvest season, a time when communities come together to share their bounty. The laughter of children, the aroma of bread baking, and the vibrant colors of crops bound tightly in gratitude fill the air. Lugh's energy inspires mortals to strive for greatness, reminding them that within each heart lies the potential to create and achieve. Beneath the surface of these grand tales, the Celtic pantheon reflects the world's raw emotions: love, fear, joy, and sorrow. The gods and goddesses are not distant. They walk among mortals, intertwining their fates. The stories of Deirdre and the tragic romance with Nawise echo through the ages, a testament to love's power and pain. Their affair, filled with passion and betrayal, captures the hearts of listeners, embodying the belief that fate can be both cruel and beautiful. The heartache of their tale resonates with anyone who has ever loved deeply, a reminder that the gods themselves are not immune to human emotion. As the night deepens, the tales merge, and the boundaries between mortals and the divine blur. The stories flicker like the flames of a sacred fire, illuminating the faces of those who gather around to listen. The gods become real through shared laughter and tears, their lessons echoing in the hearts of those who dare to believe in something beyond themselves. The community is alive with the spirit of the divine, where every whispered prayer and hopeful wish carries weight. Here, the past and present collide, creating a tapestry of experience enriched by centuries of belief. But within this vibrant pantheon lies the ever-present tension of change. With the Roman invasion, the Celtic gods faced challenges that threatened to silence their voices. Yet, even in the face of adversity, they persisted. The resilience of the Celtic spirit shines through, transforming the struggles into legends of strength and survival. The stories adapt, intertwining with new traditions, embracing the dynamic nature of belief. The gods evolve, becoming reflections of the people they represent, bearing witness to the complexities of life. The festivals that honor these deities are alive with energy, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The air is thick with anticipation as the community gathers, celebrating the cycles of nature and the divine. Each ritual, from the lighting of fires to the sharing of food, is a testament to their faith. The rhythm of drums pulses through the night, inviting the gods to join the festivities, allowing the line between mortal and divine to blur even further. Laughter mingles with prayers, and the essence of the Celtic pantheon envelops the gathering like a warm embrace. In this world, where gods and goddesses weave their magic, the stories are never truly finished. Each retelling breathes new life into ancient truths, as emotions rise and fall like the tides. The whispers of the past echo in the hearts of the present, urging mortals to find their place within this sacred narrative. The tension between fate and free will hangs in the air, promising that every choice made will ripple through time, an endless dance between mortals and the divine. The night deepens, and the stars twinkle like a multitude of eyes watching over the earth. The gods and goddesses remain present, ever watchful, ever powerful. Their stories continue, entwined with the lives of those who believe, promising that the magic of the Celtic pantheon will forever pulse through the veins of the universe. In the twilight of ancient Ireland, when shadows danced with the last golden rays of the sun, the air crackled with a magic that felt palpable. The earth trembled slightly, as if it held its breath, waiting for the unveiling of something extraordinary. In this enchanted landscape, there stood a figure, both commanding and benevolent, known to many as Dagda, the good god. His presence was like a warm embrace, a promise of safety and abundance. And all who beheld him felt an inexplicable pull toward his might. Dagda was not just a god, he was a force of nature, a symbol of fertility and strength, embodying the very essence of life itself. His laughter echoed through the hills, and with it came the blooming of flowers and the ripening of fruits. He carried a magical cauldron, a vessel of unfathomable power that brimmed with the promise of sustenance. Legend whispered that this cauldron could feed an entire army, yet never ran dry. Those who were fortunate enough to feast from it felt an overwhelming sense of joy and fulfillment, a warmth that spread through their souls, igniting hope and camaraderie among them. As twilight descended into night, the fires of the encampments flared up, illuminating the faces of warriors who had gathered in Dagda's honor. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, hearts pounding in rhythm with the crackling flames. They shared tales of past glories, but none could rival the stories of Dagda, the good god who walked among them, offering wisdom wrapped in laughter. In this moment, they felt invincible, shielded by the god's protection, and filled with the strength that surged from his very being. It was said that Dagda's cauldron had a mind of its own. Swirling with the essence of life itself, it beckoned to the weary, the hungry, and the lost, drawing them near. As the warriors looked towards the cauldron, they could almost hear its whispers, a soft promise that echoed their own heart's yearning. "Come, partake of my bounty," it seemed to say, "and you shall never know want." The thought sent shivers of excitement down their spines, a thrilling mix of fear and desire. But Dagda was not simply a giver of abundance, he was also a master of balance. His hands wielded a mighty club, known as the Leophile, capable of slaying foes and reviving the fallen. The sight of that enormous weapon sent tremors of apprehension through the hearts of those who dared to think of confrontation. Dagda had the power to take life as easily as he gifted it, and this duality made him all the more compelling. He was a guardian, yes, but also a fierce protector of the land and its people. To cross him would be to dance with fate itself. The night grew deeper, and a palpable tension hung in the air. Warriors whispered of a looming threat, an evil force that sought to shadow Dagda's light. The tales spoke of a dark figure that stalked the land, sowing seeds of despair and division among the clans. It was said that the very essence of Dagda could be dimmed by such darkness unless it was met with courage and unity. As they spoke these words, the flickering flames cast elongated shadows, reminding them that the battle was one they could not face alone. Then, a hush fell over the camp, a collective breath held in anticipation. From the depths of the forest emerged a figure cloaked in shadows. It was the embodiment of fear itself, a specter that twisted reality and whispered lies into the hearts of men. The warriors shuddered, an unease settling over them like a heavy blanket. Yet, Dagda stood tall, his presence unwavering. The cauldron glowed softly beside him, its magic flickering in response to the rising tension. With a voice that resonated like thunder, Dagda called upon his warriors. "Fear not the darkness that comes, for within you lies the strength of the earth and the spirit of your ancestors." His words were a balm to their frayed nerves, igniting embers of courage in their hearts. The cauldron bubbled, sending up wisps of steam that twirled and danced, as if encouraging them to rise against the encroaching gloom. The men clutched their weapons tightly, a chorus of resolve swelling among them. They felt the weight of Dagda's gaze, a blend of affection and fierce determination that urged them onward. The night became alive with palpable energy, a promise of triumph that hung in the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers. They would not let the darkness snuff out the light, nor would they allow despair to claim their hearts. In that moment, the cauldron seemed to pulse with life, drawing energy from the earth and sky. It was not merely a pot filled with sustenance. It was a beacon of hope, a reminder that unity and strength could overcome any adversity. The warriors advanced, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the universe, emboldened by the presence of their god. And as they surged forward, the shadows writhed and twisted, but Dagda stood resolute, his club raised high. He was not just fighting for himself. He was the embodiment of every soul that had ever sought light in moments of despair. The cauldron, now aflame with a brilliant light, illuminated the darkness, revealing the path ahead. The battle was not merely one of steel and might. It was a clash of ideals, hope against despair, unity against division. The clashes of weapons rang out like thunder, echoing through the valleys and hills. Dagda, with his cauldron by his side, became a whirlwind of power, wielding strength that resonated with the echoes of ancient chants. The warriors surged with newfound vigor, fueled by the magic that flowed from the cauldron, their spirits intertwined with the essence of the land itself. They were fighting not just for survival, but for the very heart of their existence, a testament to the bond between the earth and its people. As the battle raged on, the cauldron became a symbol of their unity and resilience. Each drop spilled from its brim seemed to carry with it the dreams of the people, the hopes of generations past, and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. The darkness, once a looming figure, began to falter, retreating before the combined strength of Dagda and his warriors. They were not alone. They were part of something greater, a living tapestry woven with threads of courage, love, and the indomitable spirit of life itself. And somewhere in the heart of that chaos, amidst the clash of steel and the cries of the valiant, the cauldron continued to bubble, a reminder that even in the direst of times, nourishment and hope could still be found. The energy surged and swirled around Dagda, a living manifestation of the magic that had always been a part of him. The night, once filled with shadows, now glowed with the promise of dawn, and the warriors pressed on, emboldened by the fire that burned within them. The battle was not over. It was merely the beginning. Brigid stood at the edge of a roaring fire, her auburn hair cascading like molten copper down her back. Flames danced in her eyes, flickering with the warmth of life itself. She was a goddess, powerful and nurturing, embodying the essence of fire, fertility, and healing. In the cool air of early spring, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her magic to awaken the earth after a long, harsh winter. Villagers gathered around the bonfire, their faces illuminated by the glow, filled with hope and reverence. Each year, they celebrated Imbolc, a festival in Brigid's honor, marking the return of light and the promise of new beginnings. The air buzzed with anticipation as weary hearts longed for renewal. Animal bones cracked in the fire, their scent swirling upwards, mingling with herbs and flowers offered to Brigid, a plea for her blessing. The flame flickered, teasing the shadows, as tales of the goddess were whispered among the crowd, stories of her fierce spirit and compassionate heart. Brigid was not just a figure of mythology. She was their protector, a guardian of women in childbirth, a beacon of hope for the barren, and a healer for the sick. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of their lives, binding them to a shared history that pulsed with Brigid's energy. Among the villagers was a young woman named Aisling, her hands calloused from toiling in the fields, yet her spirit remained unbroken. She longed for the warmth of family, to cradle a child of her own. As she watched the flames leap, her heart raced with both desire and fear. Would Brigid hear her silent prayers? Would she grant her the gift of fertility and strength? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the gathering, and the fire crackled as if answering her unspoken wish. Instinctively, Aisling stepped closer, feeling the heat wash over her, igniting a flicker of hope in her soul. The villagers joined hands, forming a circle, their voices rising in a chant that rang through the night. Each syllable was infused with longing, a collective cry for Brigid's intervention, a plea for the miraculous. As the chant swelled, a hush fell over the crowd, an inexplicable stillness that seemed to hush the world. Brigid's presence became palpable, a warm embrace that enveloped Aisling, erasing her doubts. The goddess was here, her spirit dancing in the flames, guiding the hearts of those who believed. In that moment, visions of lush green fields and fertile earth flooded Aisling's mind. She saw herself cradling a child, laughter echoing around her, life bursting forth with vigor and vitality. The promise of new life surged through her veins, and tears brimmed in her eyes. The fires of Brigid were not mere embers. They were a promise, a sacred assurance that she was never alone. But amid the joy, the shadows stirred. The ancient tales spoke of sorrow, intertwined with blessings. For every gift, there was a challenge, a test of spirit. Aisling remembered stories of women who had faced loss and grief as they traversed the path to motherhood. The flame flickered ominously, reminding her of the fragility of life, of the delicate balance between love and heartache. As she grappled with her emotions, a sudden shout broke the reverie. A young man stumbled from the darkness, his face pale, eyes wide with fear. "The livestock," he cried, breathless. "The sheep are sick. They won't lamb." Panic rippled through the crowd, a stark contrast to the warmth of the fire's glow. Brigid's spirit hovered above the turmoil, urging the villagers into action. Aisling felt a surge of strength, her heart racing with purpose. This was not just a moment of prayer. It was a call to arms. She dashed toward the sound of distressed bleating, her thoughts racing. What could she do? The goddess of fire, fertility, and healing was not just a distant figure. She lived in each of their hearts, guiding their strength. As they reached the pen, the sight was grim. Several ewes lay on the ground, their bodies trembling with fever. Aisling knelt beside them, feeling the warmth radiating from their flanks, her hands trembling as she pressed against their soft wool. Panic threatened to engulf her. But then she remembered Brigid, the stories of her healing touch, the herbs that could restore life. With newfound determination, Aisling raced back to the village. Her mind flashed through the remedies spoken of in hushed tones, the very ones that had healed wounds and brought life to barren fields. Gathering the herbs, the wild garlic, the yarrow, the honey, she felt the presence of Brigid guiding her hands, whispering ancient wisdom into her heart. The villagers rallied behind her, gathering the needed supplies and urgency fueling their actions. Aisling felt the warmth of the goddess enveloping her, igniting a fire within. Each step she took was a testament to the power of faith, the unwavering belief that healing could happen, that life could return. Back at the pen, as she mixed the herbs with water, her voice rang out in a soft chant, invoking Brigid's name. She poured the mixture into the mouths of the ailing ewes, praying with every fiber of her being. The fire of hope flickered in her heart, merging with the raw energy of the moment. It was a dance of life and death, a reminder of the goddess's intertwining roles. As the villagers watched, a miracle began to unfold. The trembling lessened, and the ewes slowly rose to their feet, their eyes brightening as if Brigid herself had breathed life back into their weary bodies. Joy erupted among the gathered crowd, a chorus of laughter and cries of relief intermingling with the crackle of the fire. Aisling stood amidst the chaos, heart racing, a flood of emotions crashing over her. She felt Brigid's essence in every breath, every heartbeat. The goddess had answered not just her prayers, but the prayers of the entire village, reminding them that they were all part of this sacred cycle of life. Yet, as the celebration began, a shadow lingered at the edge of Aisling's joy. Where there was light, darkness was never far behind. The weight of her own longing pressed against her chest. Moments of uncertainty still loomed, and she couldn't shake the fear that this blessing might not last. The fire crackled defiantly, illuminating the faces of the villagers, now alight with gratitude and celebration. But Aisling looked beyond the flames, feeling a deeper connection to the goddess, an understanding that every blessing carries a weight. With Brigid, there would always be trials, an ebb and flow of life that demanded courage, faith, and resilience. Just then, the ground beneath her trembled, a sign that this night would mark not only a celebration, but a pivotal moment of transformation. The boundaries between joy and sorrow blurred, creating a tapestry woven with both threads, a reflection of Brigid herself, a goddess of fire, fertility, and healing. And as the stars sparkled above, a new chapter awaited, one in which Aisling would find herself, not just at the mercy of fate, but as an active participant in the divine dance of life. The flicker of the fire whispered promises of what was to come, igniting a flame of determination deep within her heart. In a time when the sun hung low and golden over emerald fields, a figure emerged, glistening like polished bronze against the lively backdrop of ancient Ireland. Lugh, the Shining One, stepped forward, his presence electrifying the air around him. With a spear in one hand and a gleaming sword in the other, he was the embodiment of skill and versatility, a warrior, a craftsman, a hero whose talents seemed almost otherworldly. As the villagers whispered tales of his incredible feats, Lugh's laughter rang like a soft chime, echoing through the valleys. He was not just a god of skill, he was a beacon of hope, a symbol of what one could achieve through determination and mastery. His hands, calloused yet graceful, had crafted weapons that sung through the air and tools that made the earth yield its treasures. Each strike of the hammer was a melody, each stroke of the brush a dance, telling stories that would resonate through centuries. But it was his eyes, deep and vibrant, that held the most profound mystery. They sparkled with confidence, but within them lay shadows of doubt, a reminder that even the greatest heroes had their battles to fight. Lugh had once faced a darkness that threatened his very essence, a shadowy figure named Balor, whose single glance could turn a warrior to stone. The tension in the air was palpable as Lugh prepared for their encounter, a battle not just of strength, but of wits and skill. The day of reckoning approached, the skies darkening as rumors spread like wildfire. Lugh's heart raced not from fear, but from the weight of responsibility. He was not just fighting for himself, but for his people, for the very land that had nurtured him. He remembered the stories told around flickering fires, the tales of triumph and despair, of a hero rising against insurmountable odds. The faces of those who believed in him flashed in his mind, igniting a fire that blazed within his chest. As Lugh faced Balor atop the craggy cliffs, the wind howled around them, a wild symphony of nature mirroring the chaos of their impending clash. Balor, with his monstrous eye, loomed like a storm cloud, casting a shadow that chilled the air. But Lugh stood firm, a glimmer of sunlight breaking through the darkness. With each step he took, he could feel the earth tremble beneath him, echoing the heartbeat of the land that needed saving. The battle began, fierce and unrelenting. Lugh's spear danced through the air, a blur of motion, a testament to skill honed through years of dedication. Each thrust and parry told a story of countless hours spent training, of sacrifices made at dawn's first light. As he faced his enemy, he could hear the voices of his ancestors urging him on, their faith fueling his resolve. Balor's gaze bore down on him, a chilling reminder of the stakes at hand. With a roar that shook the mountains, Balor unleashed his fury, but Lugh remained undaunted. In that moment, he was not just a man. He was the embodiment of victory, a living legend ready to etch his name into the annals of history. He remembered the lessons of his youth, the wisdom imparted by his mother, the goddess Danu, who had taught him that skill without heart was but a hollow victory. Then came the decisive moment. Lugh, gathering all his strength, hurled his spear with unerring precision. Time slowed, and the world around him faded into silence as the weapon flew true, the embodiment of his skill, a culmination of every moment leading to this. The spear struck true, piercing Balor's eye, unleashing a torrent of light that cascaded over the land, dispelling the darkness that had threatened to engulf them. With victory came not just relief, but an overwhelming surge of emotion. Lugh had triumphed, yet the battle left him breathless, humbled by the weight of what he had accomplished. The sky began to clear, the sun bursting forth in a radiant display, a promise of new beginnings. The villagers erupted in joyous cries, their faces lit with hope and admiration. Yet, as the cheers rang out, a deeper understanding settled in Lugh's heart. The path of a hero was not paved solely with victory. It was also marked by sacrifice, struggle, and the ever-looming specter of doubt. Despite his triumph over Balor, he knew that his journey was far from over. The world was vast, filled with challenges yet to come, and with each challenge, a new opportunity to hone his skills and prove his worth. As he returned to his people, Lugh was greeted with open arms, their gratitude washing over him like a warm tide. In their eyes, he was more than a warrior. He was the embodiment of hope, the promise of brighter days. Yet, as the celebrations unfolded, Lugh couldn't shake the feeling that shadows still lingered at the edges of his world. There were whispers of new threats, darker than those he had faced, lurking just beyond the horizon. The night fell as the festivities wore on, the stars twinkling above like ancient eyes, witnessing the unfolding tale. Lugh stood apart for a moment, gazing into the distance where shadows danced and the winds carried distant whispers of battles yet to be fought. His heart was heavy with the knowledge that the mantle of heroism came with burdens unseen. There, under the starlit sky, Lugh made a silent vow. He would not only be a god of skill, but a champion of the forgotten, a guardian for those who could not fight. His hands, shaped by the craft of battle and creation, would forge weapons of wisdom and hope. The tears of those he had saved mixed with the earth at his feet, a reminder of the fragility of life and the strength found in unity. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lugh felt a stirring within him, a call to action that would not be silenced. The journey ahead promised to be filled with wonder and strife. And so, with the sun rising to meet him, Lugh prepared not just for the battles of the physical world, but for those that lay within, the quest for understanding, for wisdom, and for a legacy that would echo through the ages. The chilling cry of crows pierced the cold dawn air, echoing through the mist-soaked fields of ancient Ireland. As the first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, painting the land in hues of gold and crimson, the unmistakable presence of the Morrigan loomed like a dark shadow. She was not just a goddess. She was a whisper of fate, a fierce embodiment of battle's chaos, and the haunting reminder of mortality. With her raven-black hair cascading like a waterfall of night, she stood at the edge of the battlefield, her heart as fierce as the storms that brewed above. The Morrigan, a triad of divine feminine power, wore many faces, sometimes as a beautiful maiden, other times as a crone, and often as a fierce warrior. She accompanied heroes to war, her voice a haunting melody that spurred them on, yet her laughter carried the weight of doom. Many men had fallen under her spell, believing they could conquer all with her favor. Little did they know, she chose her warriors and their fates with a capricious hand. On the eve of a great battle, the air was thick with tension. Warriors gathered, their hearts pounding like war drums, each man eager to tackle destiny with swords drawn and spirits high. But in the shadows, the Morrigan watched. She danced among them, a specter cloaked in swirling mist, her presence sending shivers down their spines. They could feel her energy, an electric pulse of potential and terror. The wise ones whispered her name, offering thanks and prayers, while the fools laughed, dismissing the omen of her arrival. The ground was soaked with the memory of past battles, the blood of ancestors mingling with the soil, and it was here that she chose to reveal herself. With a flick of her wrist, the crows took flight, their wings slicing through the air like blades. They circled above, a tapestry of dark feathers against the sky. The warriors gazed up, fear creeping into their hearts as they realized the crows were not just birds, but harbingers of death and change. Every warrior knew, where the Morrigan's crows roamed, blood would soon spill. Among the fighters stood a young man named Callan. Eager for glory, he envisioned stories of his bravery told for generations. But even as he gripped his sword, he felt a strange knot in his stomach. The Morrigan's presence tugged at him, a thread woven into the fabric of fate, whispering warnings of the price that awaited those who craved power without understanding. She was not a deity to be trifled with. She was the keeper of secrets, the weaver of destinies, and her gaze pierced through the bravado, exposing the frailty of man. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, Callan heard her voice, a soft, sultry whisper that caressed his ears and sent chills racing down his spine. What is it you seek, brave warrior? Glory or understanding? It was both a question and a challenge, echoing in the recesses of his mind. Her words were honeyed, yet edged with steel, enticing yet foreboding. In that moment, visions flooded his mind, images of victory and defeat, the faces of fallen comrades, the weight of their dreams hanging heavy in the air. He could see the future unfurling before him, a tapestry of choices woven with strands of blood and honor. The Morrigan's laughter rang out, filling the air with a sense of inevitability. She reveled in the chaos, the shifting of fates like the wings of her crows, flapping in the wind. As the battle commenced, the clanging of swords and the cries of men echoed across the landscape. Kaelin fought valiantly, but with every strike and every bloodied face, he felt the Morrigan watching. Her presence loomed large, as if she were draping her shadow over the battlefield. In that chaos, she found joy, weaving the tapestry of lives intertwined with tragedy and glory. In the thick of battle, Kaelin faced a towering opponent, a warrior with scars that told his own stories of survival. The clash of steel rang out like thunder, but Kaelin felt a strange calm, as if the Morrigan's very essence was flowing through him. He struck with an intensity fueled by her power, but as the man fell, a sense of dread washed over him. Triumph turned bitter, and in that moment, he understood the price of victory. The Morrigan appeared before him, ethereal and fierce, her eyes pools of knowing. "What have you gained, young warrior? A life lost, a future squandered," she chided, her voice a mix of disappointment and pride. Kaelin froze, his heart pounding in his chest. The realization hit him like a tidal wave. It was not just the battle he fought, but a struggle against fate itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie twilight over the battlefield, the Morrigan transformed. She became a raven, her wings beating furiously as she flew overhead, cawing out the names of the fallen. The cries echoed like a lament, a reminder of the cycle of life and death, of how intertwined they truly were. The warriors around Kaelin faltered, fear creeping into their hearts as they looked to the sky, understanding that they were not merely soldiers, but pawns in a game played by gods. Caught in this web of emotion, Kaelin felt the weight of the Morrigan's gaze. For every life taken, there were fates woven into the very fabric of existence. The goddess reveled in the chaos of war, but she was not just a harbinger of death. She was a guide through the darkness, a force that stripped away illusions, forcing them to confront their true selves. The line between glory and ruin blurred, and in that confusion, he recognized the profound truth that lay within her power, a truth that promised both fear and enlightenment. The battle raged on, but in that moment of clarity, Kaelin felt a shift within him. He understood that the Morrigan was not an enemy, but a teacher, revealing the harsh realities of their choices. As he raised his sword once more, it was not just for victory, it was for understanding, a dance upon the razor's edge of fate. Amid the clamor, he could hear her voice, an echo of wisdom amidst the chaos, reminding him that every clash of steel brought them closer to their destinies, entwined as they were in the eternal dance of life and death. The battlefield pulsed with this new energy, a living testament to the Morrigan's influence, and somewhere in the shadows, the crows gathered, watching, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the stillness of ancient forests, where shadows danced with the flickering light of the moon, Cernunnos thrived like a whisper carried by the wind. His presence was felt in the rustling leaves, in the soft padding of a deer's feet on the cool earth, and in the chill that crept through the air as twilight fell. He was the horned god, the spirit of nature, and the protector of the wild and forgotten places. His antlers, grand and twisted like the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, reached toward the heavens, while his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the ages. Cernunnos was not merely a figure carved in stone or painted on a sacred wall. He was a living force, pulsing with the life energy of the world. The Celts revered him, weaving his essence into their daily lives, believing he walked among them, guiding the hunt and blessing their crops. The ancient myths spoke of him sitting cross-legged, surrounded by animals drawn to his calm energy. Squirrels chattered in excitement, birds perched quietly on his shoulders. Even the great stag approached, feeling the sacred bond that united all creatures under his watchful gaze. In times of need, when the skies grew dark and the fields lay barren, people whispered his name, invoking his spirit to restore balance. They offered gifts of fruits and flowers, leaving them at the base of trees as tokens of gratitude and respect. These offerings were not just gestures, they were connections forged through desperation and hope. Cernunnos, in turn, would answer their unspoken prayers with the soft rustle of leaves, the gentle murmur of streams, and the vibrant colors of wildflowers bursting forth in spring. Nature responded, and so did the people who revered him. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a palpable energy filled the air. Cernunnos walked through the forest, his hooves barely grazing the ground. The trees stood tall, their branches bowing slightly, as if acknowledging his presence. The scent of damp earth mingled with the crispness of fallen leaves, creating an intoxicating aroma that stirred something deep within those who ventured near. Yet, with every step he took, a sense of urgency enveloped the woods. A whisper of danger hung in the air, hinting at disturbances in the natural order. One cold evening, a hunter, driven by desperation, ventured into the sacred glade, bow in hand and heart heavy with loss. He had heard tales of Cernunnos, of the blessings bestowed upon those who honored him, but that night, desperation clouded his judgment. The hunter believed that if he could capture a glimpse of the horned god, he would find the strength to provide for his family. He treaded lightly, his breath coming in shallow bursts, the weight of his quest heavy upon him. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and when the hunter finally stumbled upon a clearing, he gasped at the sight before him. There, bathed in silver moonlight, Cernunnos sat, his antlers sprawling majestically, as if the branches of the ancient trees had come to life. The hunter froze, transfixed by the creature's powerful aura. But in that moment of awe, fear crept into his heart. The air crackled with tension, a warning that this was not to be taken lightly. Cernunnos turned his gaze upon the hunter, eyes like two glowing orbs, deep pools of ancient wisdom and unyielding strength. The hunter felt a shiver run down his spine as the god's presence enveloped him, a mixture of reverence and dread. It was a moment suspended in time, where the veil between the earthly and the divine grew thin. The hunter's intentions, though noble, were tainted by a hunger that betrayed the essence of what Cernunnos represented. "You seek to take," Cernunnos spoke, his voice a low rumble, resonating through the trees and the very core of the ground beneath. Yet, in taking, you risk losing the balance that sustains life. The hunter's heart raced, pounding like the heavy drums of ancient rituals. He stumbled over his words, trying to justify his actions. He needed to feed his children, to provide shelter against the coming winter. But as the words tumbled from his lips, he felt the weight of his greed. Cernunnos listened, his expression unwavering, the air thick with unspoken truths. In that charged moment, the forest transformed. The hunter looked around and saw the animals of the wood emerging from their hiding places. A doe stepped forward, her eyes wide with innocence. A fox perched silently. Every muscle coiled in anticipation. The chittering of birds filled the air, a cacophony of life that thrummed with purpose. They were all witnesses, the guardians of the sacred balance that the hunter had overlooked. Cernunnos rose, his figure towering over the hunter, the forest alive with energy. Nature does not take, it gives and takes in harmony. To thrive, one must learn the gifts of patience, respect, and connection. You seek to disrupt the cycle of life, yet in doing so, you risk the very essence of your existence. With a heavy heart, the hunter realized the truth resonating through the horned god's words. The very fabric of life around them, woven together in an intricate tapestry of interdependence, could unravel with each selfish action. The weight of his decision pressed upon him, like the burden of the world. He felt a stirring deep within, a yearning to understand rather than to possess. With a final nod, Cernunnos gestured to the woodland, inviting the hunter to witness the beauty of the balance he had nearly shattered. The stars twinkled above, and the moon cast its silvery glow, illuminating the sacred bond between man and nature. In that moment, the hunter saw the interconnectedness of all things, the fluttering of a leaf, the singing of a stream, the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was a revelation, a call to honor the spirit of Cernunnos and the world he represented. And as the shadows began to stretch and bend toward the horizon, the hunter felt a shift within him. This was not the end, but a new beginning, a chance to embrace the spirit of Cernunnos and join in the eternal dance of life, where every step mattered and every heartbeat echoed the rhythms of the wild. The night continued to pulse with magic, the forest alive with possibility, as the whispers of Cernunnos faded into the rustling leaves, leaving behind a profound sense of connection, an unbroken promise between man and nature. A veil of mist hung low over the hills of ancient Ireland, where whispers of legends and the hum of forgotten songs lingered in the air. The green crags and quiet glens sheltered stories woven into the very fabric of the land, but none as enchanting as that of the Tuatha De Danann, the divine ancestors who descended from the skies like a fierce storm rumbling on the horizon. As twilight settled, a strange light flickered in the heavens. It danced and pulsed, illuminating the darkness that cloaked the world. The people of the land stared up in wonder, their hearts racing with an unshakable feeling that something extraordinary was about to unfold. A moment later, the light exploded into a cascade of colors, and from it emerged the Tuatha De Danann, their forms shimmering like the first stars in an evening sky. Cloaked in ethereal garments, they descended upon the earth, their presence a harmonious blend of grace and power. Each step they took seemed to breathe life into the land. They were not mere mortals. They were deities, bearing the weight of ancient knowledge and untold magic. Their eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages, and their laughter rang out like silver chimes, enchanting all who heard it. They came not as conquerors, but as harbingers of change, healers of the heart and mind. The people watched, breathless, as the Tuatha De Danann landed on the lush green hills, their feet barely brushing the grass. It felt as though the earth itself was welcoming them, a soft sigh of relief echoing through the valleys. The women, fierce and beautiful, carried treasures that glimmered with promise, cauldrons that brimmed with endless food, swords that could cut through the very fabric of fate, and stones that could heal the sick. The men, tall and strong, stood ready to protect and guide, their presence exuding an aura of safety. Each of them was a piece of a puzzle, each gift a promise of hope. As the night deepened, stories of their lineage began to unfold like petals of a blooming flower. They were said to be descendants of the goddess Danu, a name that rolled off tongues like honey. From the depths of ancient lore, it was clear that they were not mere wanderers. They were champions of the people, guardians of the land, and protectors of the sacred balance. The Tuatha De Danann were beings of light, but they carried within them the shadows of conflict that would soon echo through the ages. Tension rippled through the crowd as the air crackled with anticipation. The arrival of the Tuatha De Danann was not just a blessing, it stirred something deep in the heart of every individual present. Questions filled their minds like a storm about to break. What would this mean for their lives? Would they be seen as equals, or would their divine nature set them apart? Suddenly, a low rumble pierced the silence, a sound that seemed to come from the very core of the earth. The ground trembled, and the people gasped, clutching each other in fear. The Tuatha De Danann, undaunted, stood tall, their eyes gleaming with both confidence and concern. They understood that their arrival would not go unnoticed, that challenges lay ahead. Rumors spread like wildfire, whispers curling through the air, igniting the imagination of those who dared to dream. The tales spoke of battles to come, of the Fir-Bolg and the Tuatha De Danann clashing like titans on the battlefield, each seeking their rightful place in the world. The land itself was a witness to their struggle, the soil soaked with the memories of both defeat and victory, of love and betrayal. In the days that followed, the Tuatha De Danann began to weave themselves into the fabric of the lives of the people. They taught them the secrets of the earth, the magic of the stars, and the songs of the winds. Each lesson was a gift, a thread that connected them to something greater. Yet with each shared story, there lay an unspoken tension, a reminder that their divine essence was both a blessing and a burden. While some embraced the Tuatha De Danann with open arms, others watched with suspicion, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Would these celestial beings truly serve the interests of the people, or would their divine nature lead to a disconnect, a chasm that would grow wider with time? The air was thick with questions, and every glance exchanged was laden with unvoiced fears. As the sun set one fateful evening, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, a fiery confrontation loomed on the horizon. The Tuatha De Danann gathered, their faces illuminated by the last rays of light, resolve hardening in their hearts. They knew that the time had come to protect what they had cherished, the land, the people, and the legacy of their ancestors. A challenge awaited, one that would test their strength and their bond. And the world would hold its breath as the echoes of their actions reverberated through time. With a pulsating energy, they prepared for what was to come. The winds howled, as if the very earth sensed the impending conflict. It felt like destiny was at play, a great tapestry being woven with threads of bravery, fear, love, and loss. In that charged moment, the Tuatha De Danann stood as a symbol of hope, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythms of the world, ready to face whatever storm awaited them. And so, the chapter of their arrival closed, yet the story breathed on, a vibrant pulse of life echoing through the valleys, whispering promises of battles to come, of love lost and found, and of a legacy that would forever entwine with the fate of the land they now called home. The anticipation hung in the air like the sweet scent of blooming heather, urging all to listen closely, for the tale was far from over. The winds carried their song, a melody of gods and mortals intertwined, inviting all to bear witness to the unfolding saga that would shape history in ways unimaginable. The winds howled like restless spirits across the misty hills, carrying with them the whispers of ancient kings and the echo of their legacies. A lone crow perched atop a gnarled branch, its beady eyes scanning the landscape below, where legends were born and destinies entwined. In the shadows of these hills, the cycle of kings spun an endless web of power, betrayal, and glory, shaping the very fabric of Celtic lore. Long ago, the Celts believed that kings were not merely chosen by birthright or strength. They were believed to be entwined with the very heartbeat of the land. Their rule was a sacred trust, a bond with the earth that dictated the seasons and the fates of their people. The soil soaked up their blood, the rivers ran red with their sacrifices, and the mountains echoed their triumphs and tragedies. Each king was a reflection of the land's spirit, possessing a divine right that flowed through their veins like fire. There was the story of Lugh, a shining figure among the Celts, who was not just a warrior, but the embodiment of the sun itself. His brilliance was unmatched, illuminating the dark corners of the world and inspiring loyalty in those who followed him. Yet, even the mightiest can fall. Lugh faced the monstrous Baelor, a tyrant whose eye could curse a foe to ashes. Their clash was a storm of fury, lightning flashing as they battled for the future of their people. In that moment, the earth held its breath, caught in the tension of that fateful struggle. But power is a fickle thing. No sooner had Lugh triumphed than the shadows of greed and ambition crept in. The kings who would follow him learned that the mantle of leadership came with a heavy burden, one that could twist the noblest hearts into something dark and corrupt. Tales spoke of Khan of the 100 Battles, whose thirst for conquest led him into realms best left undisturbed. The blood of his enemies stained his hands, and whispers of a curse surrounded him, foretelling his downfall. And yet, the very same people who feared him could not help but admire his strength. Amidst these tales of glory, one story stood out: the tale of the legendary queen, Boudica. A fierce leader of the Iceni tribe, she rose against the brutal Roman invasion with a passion that ignited the hearts of her people. Her hair, a fiery cascade, seemed to burn with the intensity of her spirit. She was not just a ruler, she was a symbol of resistance. Her battle cry echoed through the valleys, rallying men and women alike, ready to lay down their lives for their homeland. The ferocity of her charge sent shivers through the Roman ranks, who had underestimated the strength of a woman scorned. But the cycle of kings did not allow for lasting peace. The gods themselves seemed to conspire against the rulers they had once favored. The once great Cu Chulainn, a hero forged in the fires of battle, found himself embroiled in a tragic fate. It was said that he was chosen by the gods but cursed by his own destiny. His unmatched prowess in battle turned into a double-edged sword, as every victory drew him deeper into a web of sorrow and loss. The wail of a banshee foretold his demise, a heart-wrenching reminder that even the greatest heroes could not escape the cruel grip of fate. As kingdoms rose and fell, the bond between rulers and their land grew complex. The connection was not merely political, it was spiritual. The earth itself demanded sacrifice. Kings would offer their strength and their very lives in exchange for prosperity. In the ancient tales, the ritual of the king's death was a chilling yet sacred act. The very essence of the land would choose its next ruler, often requiring the life of the last, to ensure the cycle continued. A king's life was both a flame of hope and a candle flickering in the wind, vulnerable yet vital. The struggle for kingship was not only physical, but a battle of hearts and minds. The court was often a dance of deception. Rivalries seethed beneath the surface, friends became foes, and alliances shifted like the shifting sands. The fate of a kingdom could be sealed with a whispered secret or a well-timed betrayal. With every coronation, the weight of expectation bore down on the crowned head, for the people looked not just for leadership, but for a savior. And then there was the prophecy that hung in the air like a chilling mist, a promise of a king who would unite the lands, a figure destined to rise in the darkest of times. The tales spoke of a child born of both the earth and the sky, destined to heal the fractures in the land. Yet the hope of this savior was always tempered by the foreboding of a cataclysmic darkness that would rise to challenge him, as ancient as the stones that marked the sacred sites. With each passing generation, the stories grew richer, echoing through time, blending history with myth. The cycle of kings turned relentlessly, each ruler a fleeting flame, flickering against the night. The hills, the trees, and the rivers were witnesses to their joys and sorrows, the silent keepers of their secrets. The air crackled with tension as the land held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, a new tale of ambition, sacrifice, and the relentless quest for power. As the crow took flight, soaring above the mist-covered hills, it carried with it the unspoken stories, the lingering whispers of kings and queens, battles won and lost, and the indomitable spirit of a people forever bound to their land. The echoes of legendary rulers danced on the wind, promising that the cycle would continue, that new tales awaited just beyond the horizon. And as night fell, the land settled into a hush, a silence pregnant with the promise of something yet to come, waiting on the cusp of dawn. The flickering flames danced in the night, casting shadows that leapt and twisted like forgotten dreams. A circle of faces, illuminated by the firelight, leaned in, eyes wide with anticipation. The air thrummed with expectation, thick with the scent of wood smoke and wild herbs. Here, beneath a vault of stars that seemed to pulse with ancient energy, the bards were ready to weave their magic. Amidst the thrumming heartbeat of nature, the bards stood tall, cloaked in vibrant hues dyed from the earth itself. They held a power unlike any other. They were the voices of history, the stewards of memory. Each bard was a living bridge, connecting the living to the spirits of their ancestors. Their words could summon storms or calm the fiercest of tempests. With every tale spun, they breathed life into the echoes of the past, filling the night with melodies that stirred the soul. As the first notes of a haunting melody floated into the warm air, a hush fell over the gathering. The bard's voice, rich and deep, wrapped around the listeners like an embrace, each word a thread in the tapestry of time. Stories poured forth, tales of heroes who battled dragons, of love that crossed the boundaries of life and death, of the endless dance between fate and free will. Each syllable dripped with emotion, pulling the listeners into a world where anything was possible, where every heartache could be soothed by the balm of a story. The bards held more than just stories. They held the very fabric of a culture. In a world where written language was scarce, their voices became the ink that penned the tales of their people. They recited the genealogies of kings and queens, tracing bloodlines back through the mist of ages, ensuring that no name was ever forgotten. When a bard spoke, the weight of memory filled the air with reverence, binding the community together in a shared experience of loss and triumph. Elderly men and women would often close their eyes, surrendering to the flow of the tale, while children sat wide-eyed, imaginations ignited by the words that painted pictures in their minds. The bard's songs could lead warriors into battle, their words instilling courage when fear threatened to consume them. The power they wielded was both a blessing and a burden, for a bard's responsibility was immense. They were the keepers of truth, tasked with the preservation of their people's stories, identities, and spirits. As the night deepened, the intensity of the stories rose. The bard's voice soared, weaving tales of sacrifice and bravery that made hearts race and spirits soar. A tale of a fierce warrior named Cuchulainn gripped the listeners, his bravery in battle resonating within every young heart, igniting a fire of inspiration. The harsh clang of sword on sword echoed in their minds, a vivid reminder of the struggles and glories of their ancestors. But bards also spoke of sorrow, of lost loves and tragic endings that drew tears from even the toughest of souls. The story of Deirdre, cursed from birth, weaved a spell of sadness that hung thick in the air. Her beauty and the love she shared with Noise crumbled into tragedy, a reminder that life was fragile and that every joyful moment could hide a shadow. The bard's voice cracked with emotion, the weight of the tale palpable, echoing the heartache that could linger long after the stories faded into the night. And as the stories unfolded, the bards interspersed their narratives with music, the sweet sound of the lyre and the haunting notes of the flute weaving a rich tapestry of sound and emotion. Laughter bubbled up as tales of mischief and folly were shared, of the clever trickster who outwitted giants and kings alike. The rhythm of the stories ebbed and flowed, laughter mixing with sorrow, creating a rich, intricate tapestry of existence. The audience became part of the experience, drawn into the collective heartbeat of the night. They shared gasps at the climax of a tale, murmured in unison at moments of revelation, and let out sighs that echoed the weight of shared grief. The bards understood that storytelling was not merely an expression of art. It was a communal act that breathed life into the very essence of the Celtic spirit. Their stories were not just for entertainment, they were moral compasses, guiding the young and the old alike through the complexities of life. Every character was a lesson, every plot, twist, a reflection of the choices that shaped destinies. The bards spoke of loyalty, justice, and the sanctity of nature, instilling wisdom that transcended generations. As the embers of the fire began to fade, signaling the end of the night, a hush fell over the gathering. The bards, their eyes alight with the fire of creativity, prepared to share one last tale, a story that would leave an indelible mark on the hearts of all present. The air crackled with anticipation as they began to weave a story of a great battle, fought not just with swords, but with words, a battle that echoed through the mists of time. The bard's voice rose again, drawing the listeners into an epic confrontation between two nations, where alliances were forged and broken, and where the outcome would change the course of history. The tension in the air was palpable, hearts racing as every detail unfurled, each moment brimming with the possibility of victory or defeat. Here lay the very essence of what the bards represented, a reminder that every story, every life, was intertwined in the grand tapestry of existence, and that the echoes of their tales would resonate long after the last note faded away. With every heart-pounding beat, with every breath held in awe, the audience leaned closer, captivated and unwilling to part with the magic that was the bard's gift. They were the storytellers who bridged the past and present, who breathed life into dreams, and who forever changed the way their people would remember. The fire flickered, and as the last words hung in the air, the future awaited, ready to be shaped by the very stories that had connected them all. In the beginning, before time had a name, the Celts believed the world was born from the breath of the ancients, a mist curling and twisting in the void, rich with the promise of life. It was a time when the earth was like a blank canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of creation. As whispers of the cosmos floated through the stillness, the primordial beings stirred, their presence heavy with potential, ready to shape the universe. Out of the deep, dark waters of chaos, a sacred well bubbled forth, its waters glistening with the secrets of existence. The Well of Sagaius, they called it, a source of wisdom and inspiration. From this enchanted water, the first droplets of life sprang forth, nourishing the roots of an immense tree that soared into the skies. This tree, known as the Yggdrasil to some, and as the Tree of Life to others, held the entire world within its branches. Its roots delved deep into the earth, anchoring it, while its branches reached out to the stars, connecting realms both seen and unseen. In tales passed down from generation to generation, the magic of this creation became a haunting melody, echoing through the ages. Each note carried the weight of history, of gods and goddesses dancing, laughing, and weaving their destinies. The Celts believed that the earth was alive, a living tapestry embroidered with the threads of stories, fables, and legends that interlaced every creature, every stone, and every whisper of wind. As the sun awoke for the first time, spreading its golden light, the god Belinus rose to herald the dawn. He bathed the world in warmth, igniting the colors of life, emerald greens, fiery reds, and cobalt blues. The mountains stretched their backs, and the valleys opened their arms wide, welcoming the light. But the darkness was not ready to yield. The goddess Danu, mother of the Tuatha De Danann, emerged from the shadows. Her spirit fierce and untamed, she sang a song of creation, her voice wrapping around the trees and stones, rousing them to life. With each note, the land breathed. Rivers carved their paths through the earth, cascading over rocks like laughter, filling the air with the sweet scent of wildflowers. Animals stirred from their hiding places, their eyes bright with curiosity. In the forests, the deer danced gracefully, while the wolves howled, their voices a haunting reminder of the wildness that dwelled within. Yet, this delicate balance between light and dark was fraught with tension. The Celts believed that within every creation lay the seeds of destruction. The goddess Morrigan, a figure of war and fate, watched from the edges of the woods, her presence a warning that peace was never guaranteed. Her eyes glinted like shards of broken glass, reflecting the beauty and chaotic nature of existence. With her, the inevitability of change lingered, a gentle reminder that life and death were intertwined, forever in motion. As the seasons cycled, the earth blossomed and waned, echoing the heartbeat of the celestial bodies above. The Celts celebrated these rhythms through festivals, the Samhain, where the veil between worlds grew thin, and Beltane, which honored fertility and the sun's warmth. The land was a stage, and the gods were the actors, weaving their stories into the fabric of time. Each festival brought a surge of energy, a moment where the mundane and the magical collided, igniting the spirit of community. But just as joy swelled, so did fear. The tales of the other world crept into the hearts of the people, tales of the Sidhe, spirits that danced in the moonlight, beckoning mortals to join them in their eternal revelry. The Celts feared to cross the boundaries that separated their world from the realm of the Side. The stories warned of the consequences: lost loved ones, never-ending dreams, and an eternity spent wandering in the mist, forever longing for the warmth of the sun. Amidst this enchanting chaos stood the wise druid, a keeper of secrets. With ancient knowledge flowing through his veins, he walked the thin line between the worlds. His power arose from the very earth itself, and through sacred rituals, he connected with the spirits of nature, calling upon the elements for guidance. The druid could hear the whispers in the wind, the cries of the trees, and the songs of the waters. His heart beat in time with the pulse of the earth, feeling the weight of its history in every fleeting moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like specters, the air crackled with anticipation. The druid gathered the villagers around the flickering fire, the flames licking upward like eager tongues. They sat in a circle, their faces illuminated, reflecting awe and reverence. The druid spoke of the creation, of how the earth was born from chaos, how every rock, every river, every breath of wind was woven from the essence of the divine. His voice rang clear, echoing the stories of old, igniting a spark of wonder in the hearts of those who listened. But as the tales unfolded, a chill swept through the air, a whisper of unease. The tales of creation were not void of strife. The mighty battles between gods and giants rumbled like thunder, fierce and unrelenting. The Celts believed their world was shaped not only by the beauty of creation, but also by the fury of destruction. The tension lingered, a reminder that even in the midst of beauty, darkness lay in wait. And so, the stories interwove, a tapestry of life and death, creation and destruction. The villagers clung to each word, their hearts racing, feeling the ancient magic pulse through them. They were part of something greater, a continuation of a cycle that had begun long before their time. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of the earth, a reminder that they too were woven into the fabric of creation. With every passing moment, the fire crackled louder, sparks flying into the night, like tiny stars reaching for the heavens. The druid's voice grew more intense, pulling them deeper into the world of myth and magic. The villagers leaned closer, their eyes wide with anticipation, ready to embrace the next chapter of their story, where the boundary between the real and the mythical would blur, and the fate of the world rested in the hands of those brave enough to dream. The wind howled through the narrow streets of a forgotten village, whispering age-old secrets only the stones could understand. Shadows danced under the weight of ancient trees, the air thick with the scent of damp earth, and something more elusive. In that very moment, the boundary between the known world and the other world shimmered like a mirage, enticing the unwary and daring the curious to tread closer. It was here that the veil grew thin, where spectral realms brushed against the living, and the echoes of the past thrummed like a heartbeat beneath the surface. In Celtic mythology, the otherworld was not just a place of ghosts and spirits. It was a vivid tapestry, woven with dreams and memories. Some spoke of it as a paradise, where the dead feasted in eternal joy, while others feared it, a shadowy expanse inhabited by mischievous fae and ancient sorcery. The stories were many, but the longing was the same: to touch the sublime, to glimpse what lay beyond the mundane. In the twilight of a damp autumn evening, the old well stood quietly in the village square, a portal to another age. The villagers warned their children not to linger near its edge, for it was said to be a gateway, a direct line to the other world. Old Mrs. Brace Kavanagh, who remembered the tales of her grandmother, often recounted how she once heard laughter echoing from the well, as if the spirits within were inviting her to join a celebration just beyond perception. Her words sent shivers down spines, a thrill of both fear and fascination glimmering in the eyes of her listeners, who dared not speak of what they felt. Just a stone's throw away, in the ruins of a long-abandoned castle, the tales grew darker. It was said that the castle had once been a meeting place for the living and the dead. Beneath its crumbling turrets, shades of warriors long gone would gather to plot their vengeance, their whispers swirling like mist around the broken walls. On stormy nights, locals claimed they could hear the clash of armor and the cries of battle echo through the trees. Some believed that the bravest might catch a glimpse of spectral knights riding across the moors, their eyes blazing with a fire that refused to be extinguished. Across the sea in Scandinavia, the concept of the otherworld took on a different hue. The Norse knew of Valhalla and Hell, two destinations shaped by the choices one made in life. Valhalla was an honor bestowed upon those who fought valiantly, a grand hall of feasting and glory, while Hell was the shadowy realm for those who lived a life unworthy of celebration. The tales of Odin's brave warriors mingled with the chilling lore of souls lost to the eternal winter, creating a duality that sent shivers down the spine. In the ancient deserts of Egypt, the otherworld was a meticulously charted expanse known as the Duat. Here, the dead would journey through trials and tribulations, facing judgment before Osiris, the god of the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, inscribed with spells and guidance, was a lifeline for the departed. It was said that if one were to falter, the unforgiving monsters of the Duat would rise, their hunger for souls insatiable. The weight of these beliefs pressed heavily on the hearts of the living as they prepared their loved ones for the journey beyond the veil, often with grave anxiety and a fierce sense of duty. In the East, the ancient Greeks embraced the concept of Hades, a realm filled with longing and loss. The river Styx wound its way through this shadowy domain, its waters a barrier between the living and the dead. Charon, the ferryman, awaited payment for passage, a grim reminder that nothing in the afterlife came without a price. Stories flowed of souls wandering the shores, too lost to find their way, their sorrow a haunting echo in the wind that passed through forgotten temples. The connections between these beliefs whispered of a universal yearning, a desire to understand what lay beyond the final breath. Even in the modern world, curiosity remains unquenched. Ghost stories flourish in every corner, each tale a thread connecting the present to a long-forgotten past. People flock to haunted locations, drawn by the thrill of a chilling encounter, seeking to brush against the fabric of the otherworld. It is both fear and wonder that urges them forward, a magnetic pull towards the unknown. On the night of the harvest moon, the veil is at its thinnest. Legends say that if one listens closely, they can hear the calls of the otherworld. The flickering lights of forgotten bonfires illuminate the faces of the brave who dare to gather outside, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They tell stories that weave the air with magic, invoking the spirits of their ancestors in hopes of guidance, or perhaps a warning. As laughter mingles with whispers, the air crackles with energy, an unspoken understanding passing among them that something sacred is unfolding. Suddenly, a chill sweeps through the crowd as one figure, cloaked in shadows, emerges from the depths of the trees. The air grows heavy with emotion and the laughter fades to an uneasy silence. This is no ordinary visitor. It is a harbinger from the other world, a messenger of things yet to come. The figure raises a hand, and gasps ripple through the crowd as the world around them begins to shift. What was once familiar now glows with an ethereal light, blurring the edges of reality and revealing glimpses of what lies beyond. It is a sight both beautiful and terrifying. The veil, once a barrier, now a translucent curtain, allows the living to glimpse the vibrant colors of the other world, where the laughter of the departed mingles with the songs of the living, where joy and sorrow intertwine in an everlasting dance. The heartbeat of the earth seems to sync with their own, resonating with the hope and fear that binds them to this sacred moment. As the figure beckons, the tension hangs thick in the air, electrifying every soul present. Curiosity battles fear, each heartbeat echoing the ancient stories of old. What will happen next? Will they cross over or remain forever bound to the earthly realm? The unknown inches closer, weaving its way into their minds, summoning them to take a step beyond the familiar, beyond the veil that separates them from the stories waiting to be told. Under the veil of twilight, when the light dances between day and night, whispers of enchantment glide through the air. Shadows flicker across ancient stones, and the wind carries a melody that seems to resonate with secrets long kept. It is during these moments that the Sidhe, the fairies of Celtic mythology, weave their magic, pulling at the threads of human fate with laughter and mischief. The Sidhe were not mere figments of imagination. They were believed to be the remnants of an ancient race, the Tuatha De Danann, who had once walked the earth, their feet brushing against the soft green grass of Ireland, their laughter echoing through the misty hills. As the Celts spread across the land, their stories of the Sidhe transformed into something both beautiful and haunting. The Sidhe inhabited the mounds and hills, known as Sidhe or Seed, where they held court in a world parallel to our own, invisible yet tantalizingly close. An ancient tale tells of a young shepherd named Aemon. He tended his flock on the rolling hills of Tipperary, his heart full of dreams and the warmth of the sun on his back. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, Aemon heard a sound unlike any other, a soft lilting song that seemed to dance through the air. Drawn by the melody, he followed it, his feet moving of their own volition, leading him to a shimmering mound, cloaked in silver mist. It was said that those who stepped inside would be whisked away to the land of the Sidhe, a place of eternal beauty and joy. As Aemon crossed the threshold, the world around him transformed. Flowers bloomed in colors he had never seen before, and the laughter of the Sidhe rang like chimes in the breeze. They appeared as ethereal beings, their skin glowing like moonlight, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Time lost all meaning in this enchanted realm. Days stretched into weeks, and weeks into months, as Aemon reveled in their company. He danced with the fairies, learned their ancient songs, and tasted the sweetness of their nectar. Yet, as the seasons changed, a whisper of longing began to creep into his heart, a yearning for home, for the warmth of his mother's embrace, and the smell of the earth after rain. The Sidhe, ever perceptive, sensed his unease. One evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds above, a fairy with hair like spun gold approached him. Her name was Aoife, and she spoke with a voice like honey. "You can stay here forever, Aemon," she said, her eyes shimmering. "But if you leave, time will rush back to you, and you may find the world you once knew altered in ways you cannot imagine." An icy chill coursed through Eamon's veins. What had felt like an endless dream was now a haunting choice. He thought of his sheep, of the laughter of village children, and of the simple joys he once took for granted. With a heavy heart, he chose to return home, leaving behind the fairies and their bewitching world. When he stepped back into the fading light of the mortal realm, the air felt different, thick with time's passage. A decade had slipped away in the blink of an eye. The village had changed, friends were gone, and new faces filled the streets. Eamon's heart ached, not just for what he had lost, but for the memories that now felt like mere shadows. The Sidhe had played their part, weaving his fate into their mystical fabric, and while he had returned, he was never truly the same. The influence of the Sidhe was as profound as it was fickle. They could bless or curse, depending on the whims of their laughter. People knew to leave offerings at the foot of the hills, gifts of milk and honey, in hopes of earning their favor. But they also understood the dangers. A misplaced word, an unintended insult, could summon the darker side of their magic. Stories of those who had wandered too close, a farmer who lost his way and never returned, a young girl who danced beneath the moonlight and was claimed by the fairies, were shared in hushed tones around flickering fires. In the tales, the Sidhe were portrayed with a duality that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard them. They were enchanting, yet perilous, a reminder that beauty can hold darkness. On the one hand, they could bring bountiful harvests and joyful blessings. On the other, they could be the reason for a blighted crop or a child's inexplicable sickness. The balance of nature hung in the balance, and the Sidhe were the unseen hand guiding it all. As the moon rose high, illuminating the paths of the land, the stories of the Sidhe did not fade with the night. They persisted in the hearts of the people, each tale more vivid than the last, each whisper of their existence adding another layer to the mystery. In the stillness, as night enveloped the world, one could almost hear the soft flutter of wings and feel the presence of the fairies, watching, waiting, spinning their magic into the lives of those who dared to believe. And so, the myth of the Sidhe endured, weaving through the tapestry of Celtic culture, striking chords of fear and wonder in equal measure. Eamon's story was just one of many, but it echoed a universal truth. Within the enchanting stories of the Sidhe lay the essence of the human experience, yearning, loss, and the inexorable passage of time. The Sidhe were both a reminder of the joys that linger just beyond reach, and the shadows that dance on the periphery of our lives, forever entwined in the stories we tell, the choices we make, and the paths we walk. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, the magic of the Sidhe continued to pulse through the air, a dance between worlds, forever enchanting, forever elusive. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced on the blood-stained fields of battle. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, fear, and the metallic tang of life slipping away. In that moment, every heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder that valor came at a price. Heroes did not wear capes. They wore scars and carried the memories of those they had lost, woven into the very fabric of their beings. As the clamor of war settled, tales of sacrifice began to rise like smoke from the embers of the dying flames. Each story was a thread in the grand tapestry of human struggle, binding together the past's greatest warriors. There was Leonidas, the Spartan king, who stood at Thermopylae against an army so vast it seemed to swallow the mountains themselves. With 300 men by his side, he turned the tide of fear into a monument of bravery. When he roared, "This is where we make our stand," a wave of courage surged through his troops, igniting hearts that had been gripped by dread. Across the sea, another tale lingered, that of Joan of Arc, who defied the odds with the fire of 1,000 suns blazing in her chest. Clad in armor that felt heavier than her years, she led French soldiers against the English, her voice guiding them like a beacon through the fog of despair. It was not merely a battle for land, but a fight for dreams, for the right to exist unshackled. When she fell, the world wept, for she had shown that valor is often found in the unlikeliest of places. A simple girl, driven by faith, who would not bow to the weight of the crown. On the other side of history, the fierce spirit of Tamerlane surged through the dusty plains of Central Asia, his ambition carving a path of conquest as relentless as a river carving through stone. With each city he captured, he left behind echoes of his ferocity, tales of cities turned to ashes. Yet beneath the ruthlessness lay an undeniable courage. He fought not just for land, but to etch his name into history's annals, forever a warrior, forever a king. In another time, in the rugged terrains of Scotland, William Wallace stood defiantly against oppression, his heart beating fiercely for freedom. The cries of his comrades filled the air as they charged into battle, united by a singular purpose. They can take our lives, but they will never take our freedom. His words resonated, piercing through the veil of doubt that shrouded their hearts. And though Wallace would eventually meet a brutal end, his spirit ignited a flame that would burn through the ages, inspiring countless souls to rise against tyranny. These stories were not mere echoes of bravery. They were living testimonies of sacrifice that thrummed with an energy all their own. Each hero faced their demons. Each warrior grappled with the fear that clung to them like a second skin. But in those moments of doubt, when the weight of the sword felt too heavy and the path too treacherous, they found strength in the faces of those they fought for, a family, a homeland, a belief. But it was not just men who carved their names into the bedrock of history. Women warriors, too, wielded swords with grace and determination. Take, for instance, the legendary Boudica, queen of the Iceni tribe, who rose against the Roman Empire with a fury that shook the ground beneath her feet. Her army swelled with the hopes of a people yearning for freedom, and as she rallied her warriors, the very air crackled with electricity. The battle cries echoed like thunder, a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who refused to be crushed by the weight of oppression. And then, there was the haunting tale of the samurai, a tradition steeped in honor and sacrifice. Each warrior, bound by the code of Bushido, walked a path of loyalty and respect. They didn't just fight for themselves. They fought for their lords, their families, and their honor. It was a life of discipline, where the blade was not just a weapon, but an extension of their very soul. A samurai was always prepared to lay down their life, for to do so was to uphold the values they cherished so deeply. As time marched forward, the stories of these heroes and warriors became whispers carried by the wind. The world changed, but the essence of their sacrifices remained, entwined with the hearts of those who heard their tales. They became legends, not just for their strength, but for their humanity. The moments of vulnerability shared in the quiet before the storm. They reminded the world that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. In the shadows of the grand temples and the ruins of ancient fortresses, the spirits of these warriors lingered. Their sacrifices painted the pages of history with colors of bravery and resilience. Every scar bore witness to a battle fought, every tear shed for a comrade lost. The echoes of their sacrifices reverberated through the ages, transcending time and space. As the sun set on the battlefields of the past, the stories flickered like candle flames, illuminating the way for those who would come after. The tales merged, became one, a promise that echoed through generations. In moments of doubt and darkness, when the weight of the world pressed down, those who remembered would find solace in the courage of heroes who stood firm against insurmountable odds. The songs of valor and sacrifice continued to weave through the fabric of time, urging the brave to step forward and take up the mantle, to write their own chapters in the epic saga of humanity. And somewhere, in the distance, the rustle of armor echoed against the stillness of the night, whispering of the next great hero waiting to rise. The tales of valor were not just stories. They were an invitation to greatness, a call to arms resonating through time, beckoning those who would dare to answer. In the fading light of a blood-red sunset, the air crackled with anticipation. The distant sound of clashing swords echoed like a heartbeat, drawing all eyes toward the horizon. There he stood, a figure etched in legend, Cuchulainn, a boy turned warrior, a hero whose very name inspired both fear and awe. His muscles taut and sinewy, he stood alone, yet radiated a strength that seemed to call upon the very forces of nature itself. With fiery hair flowing like flames and a gaze that pierced through the gloom of uncertainty, Cuchulainn was not just a man. He was the embodiment of destiny. Born in the sacred land of Ulster, Cuchulainn's life began as a simple tale, one that would soon spiral into the epic saga of his triumphs and heartbreaks. His mother, Dectyre, a noblewoman, had visions of his greatness even before he drew his first breath. As a child, he was no ordinary boy, for the spirit of the warrior coursed through his veins. It was said he could hurl a spear with the force of a tempest and leap higher than the tallest tree, skills that would soon be tested as the dark clouds of war loomed over Ulster. One fateful night, while the stars twinkled like jewels scattered across the velvet sky, an ancient prophecy whispered in the winds. It foretold of a hero who would rise to defend his people, and that hero was Cuchulainn. His path was fraught with challenges, and the gods themselves seemed to take notice, weaving threads of fate that would lead him toward both glory and tragedy. The day he faced the armies of Connaught was etched in the minds of the people. The armies marched with the force of a storm, thousands strong, their battle cries echoing across the hills. Cuchulainn was but a boy of 17, yet he stood defiantly at the gates of Ulster, his heart racing with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. He bore a single weapon, his deadly spear, Gay Bolga, known to pierce through the strongest of shields. As the enemy approached, shadows stretched across the battlefield, casting an eerie pallor upon the ground. In a moment that felt suspended in time, Cuchulainn unleashed a battle cry that echoed through the ages, a sound that seemed to awaken the very spirits of his ancestors. With each step forward, the boy transformed into a warrior, a champion of Ulster, embodying the hopes and fears of his people. The clash began, a symphony of violence, and Cuchulainn moved through the chaos like a dancer, graceful yet lethal. With every blow he struck, the earth trembled beneath him, and the skies roared their approval. A dark-haired warrior fell before him, blood painting the soil, and for a fleeting moment, time stood still. Cuchulainn felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders, the lives of his kin resting on his every action, He fought with the fury of a wild beast, each enemy vanquished, only adding to his legend. But it wasn't just a fight for survival. It was a battle for honor, for love, for the very soul of Ulster. He remembered his mother's words. A hero is defined not by how he fights, but by what he fights for. With every enemy defeated, he felt closer to his destiny. Yet a gnawing fear crept into his heart. The price of glory may be too high. As dusk descended, blood-soaked and weary, Cuchulainn found himself surrounded by the fallen. He knelt among them, the echoes of their last breaths hanging heavy in the air. In that moment, he saw not just enemies, but fathers, sons, and brothers who had fought for their own land, their own families. Sorrow gripped him, and the weight of their lives bore down on him like a stone. Yet from that sorrow, a fire ignited within him, fueling his resolve to protect his own at any cost. Days turned into nights, and the battles continued. Cuchulainn's fame spread like wildfire, tales of his prowess traveling far and wide, drawing both allies and foes. But fame has a bitter taste. The more he triumphed, the more isolated he became. His heart ached for companionship, for a friend to share his burdens amidst the glory. He yearned for the laughter of camaraderie, yet every victory drew him deeper into solitude, leaving him to grapple with the haunting shadows of his choices. Then came the fateful encounter with Ferdiad, his dearest friend, turned reluctant foe. The two warriors found themselves face to face, each knowing the weight of their destiny rested upon this clash. The air thickened with tension, the love of brotherhood twisted into a heartbreaking challenge. Memories of shared laughter and childhood adventures flickered in their minds. But duty to their respective lands had drawn a line they could not cross. Cuchulainn stood, spear in hand, as the sun set behind them, illuminating the battlefield in hues of orange and gold. The moment was tragic and beautiful, a bittersweet symphony that played in the depths of their souls. As steel met steel, each strike echoed not just the sound of battle, but the heartbreak of friendship torn asunder by fate. With tears in his eyes, Cuchulainn fought fiercely, knowing that to win meant losing a part of himself forever. The clash raged on, each blow heavier than the last, until, finally, the moment of truth arrived. Cuchulainn, trembling with grief yet resolute, found the strength to deliver the fatal blow. As Ferdiad fell, the earth seemed to weep with him, the shadows of their shared past looming large in the silence that followed. Victory tasted bitter on Cuchulainn's tongue. He had won, but at what cost? In the quiet that followed, the world dimmed. Cuchulainn, the great hero of Ulster, stood alone, surrounded by the ghosts of the fallen. With his heart shattered and his spirit weary, he gazed into the horizon, where the sun dipped below the earth, casting the land into darkness. The weight of his choices settled heavily upon him, and as he took a deep breath, he felt the threads of fate twisting anew. An unseen force beckoned him onward, promising new trials and the chance to reclaim the joy that had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. The night air whispered secrets, hinting at more battles to come, more love to lose, and a journey that would not end, drawing Cuchulainn deeper into the legend that was his life. The story of the boy who became a hero, a tale woven with courage and sorrow, was far from over. It was only just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the rolling green hills of Ulster, where the scent of damp earth mingled with the exhilarating tang of anticipation. A fire crackled in the distance, its warmth a stark contrast to the chill creeping through the air. A lone figure, tall and powerful, stood against the horizon. Cuchulainn, the young warrior, his hair a wild mane, glimmered with the fading light like a comet streaking across the twilight sky. The tension in the air was palpable, a silent promise of the chaos to come. Whispers floated through the ranks of men assembled behind him, loyal warriors, brothers in arms, each gripping their weapons tightly, hearts racing with the thrill of battle. They had heard the news, the insatiable greed of Queen Medb from Connaught, her desire to steal the prized brown bull of Cooley. It was more than just a beast. It was a symbol of strength, honor, and the very lifeblood of Ulster. The stakes were high, and pride was on the line. As the drums of war began to thrum, Cuchulainn felt a rush of energy surge through him. The air crackled with magic and mischief, and he could almost hear the echoes of battles long past. He remembered the stories, tales of great heroes and their quests, of love and betrayal, of bravery that shone like gold amid the shadows. But this time, the fate of his land rested on his young shoulders. He would stand alone against the armies of Connaught, the very embodiment of Ulster's defiance. Without warning, the ground trembled as the first wave of Medb's forces marched forward. Soldiers clad in iron clashed against one another, the sound of metal ringing in the air like a death knell. Cuchulainn, heart pounding in his chest, raised his sword high, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. His voice roared over the din, calling to his comrades, urging them to stand firm. For Ulster, for the Brown Bull, the war cry resonated, igniting the fire of courage within each warrior. The first skirmish erupted with fury. Cuchulainn was a whirlwind of motion, his weapons slicing through the air, a blur of determination and skill. He fought like a wild beast, every blow fueled by the fierce spirit of his ancestors. The sight of his enemies falling before him brought a rush of exhilaration, but it was tinged with the weight of responsibility. He was not just fighting for himself. He was fighting for his people, for the legacy of Ulster, and for every soul that dared to dream of freedom. Yet, as day turned to dusk, the tide of battle began to shift. The numbers of Connaucht's army swelled, their relentless advance like a dark wave crashing against the shores of Ulster. Cuchulainn felt the first twinges of fatigue, but he pushed them aside. With every enemy he dispatched, he could hear the distant call of the brown bull haunting him, a reminder of what was at stake. The young warrior's heart raced, but fear was a bitter taste in his mouth, a flavor he could not indulge. Amid the chaos, a figure emerged, a fierce warrior from the enemy ranks, her eyes blazing with fury. It was Ferdiad, Cuchulainn's closest friend turned adversary. Their bond, once unbreakable, was now twisted by loyalty to opposing sides. The battlefield shimmered around them, the tensions thick enough to cut with a knife. A silence fell, as if the world held its breath, recognizing the tragedy about to unfold. Cuchulainn. Ferdiad's voice rang out, strong yet tinged with sorrow. Will we truly fight each other to the death? Cuchulainn's heart ached, but he stood firm. I must protect my land, my people. I cannot let you take the brown bull. The clash of steel echoed through the valley as they faced each other, each blow a testament to their shared past and fractured present. Cuchulainn swung fiercely, but with each strike, he felt the weight of sorrow pressing down upon him. The memories of laughter, of camaraderie, of the time they had spent together as brothers flooded his mind. But duty was a relentless master, one that brooked no hesitation. As the fight raged on, Both warriors fell into a rhythm, the dance of death, both beautiful and tragic. Ferdiad fought with the ferocity of a lion, but Cuchulainn, fueled by the raw power of desperation, began to gain the upper hand. The moment was bittersweet, each strike tearing at the fabric of their friendship. The sky dimmed, shadows growing longer, as if the very heavens grieved for what was lost. With one final heart-wrenching blow, Cuchulainn's weapon found its mark. Ferdiad fell, a look of disbelief etched upon his face, as though he could hardly comprehend the betrayal of fate. Cuchulainn dropped to his knees beside his fallen friend, the sounds of battle fading into a hollow echo. "Forgive me," he whispered, the weight of his sorrow crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. But the war was not over. The scent of blood lingered thick in the air, and the roar of the Connaught army surged forward, ready to avenge their fallen. Cuchulainn rose, his heart heavy but resolute. He could not let Ferdiad's sacrifice be in vain. The battle raged on, the cries of the wounded and the clang of swords wrapping around him like a shroud. As night fully descended, he became a legend in the making, a solitary figure against the vastness of the world, standing firm against the tide. He fought like a demon, the essence of Ulster coursing through his veins. Each strike a promise, each fallen enemy a step closer to victory. He was not just a man, he was a force of nature, the embodiment of the land he loved. Yet deep within him, the shadows whispered of consequences yet to come, of loss that would echo through the ages. In the distance, the glimmer of the brown bull shone brightly, a beacon of hope and a harbinger of despair. Cuchulainn's fight was far from over. The night was still young, and so was the fury of the warriors who sought to claim what was not theirs. Through the clamor and chaos, the promise of valor hung in the air, intertwined with the path of destiny, leading them all closer to an end that loomed just beyond the horizon. The wind howled through the ancient woods of Ireland, carrying whispers of forgotten battles and the laughter of heroes long past. Beneath a canopy of emerald leaves, a figure emerged, tall and formidable, his presence commanding even the creatures of the earth. Fionn McCumhail, leader of the Fianna, strode with purpose, his fiery hair glinting like flames under the dappled sunlight. He was not just a man. He was a legend forged in the fires of courage, wisdom, and an unyielding sense of justice. As he walked, Fionn's heart thrummed with the pulse of the land, each beat echoing the stories of his ancestors. The Fianna, his loyal band of warriors, awaited him by the riverbank, their spirits high and their laughter echoing beneath the ancient oaks. It was a moment of respite, yet an undercurrent of tension rippled through the air. The shadows that danced in the periphery hinted at challenges to come, and Fionn felt the weight of destiny resting on his shoulders. "Our leader returns," shouted Diarmuid, a fierce warrior with a mischievous grin. The others cheered, their voices rising like a chorus to the heavens. Fionn smiled, but he sensed the unease lurking in their hearts. They were the guardians of the realm, protectors of the innocent, and yet, even they could feel the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Suddenly, a hawk screeched overhead, its cry piercing the joyful atmosphere. Fionn's gaze shifted upward. Instincts honed by years of battle sharpening his senses, the hawk circled, its wings beating against the sky, a harbinger of news. Fionn's heart raced. He had learned to trust the signs, to understand the language of nature. His thoughts turned to the impending danger that could threaten his people. "Gather around," he called, his voice steady and resonant. The laughter faded, replaced by a tangible seriousness. He stood before them, his warriors, his family, ready to share what he felt in his bones. I sense a storm approaching. Enemies linger in the shadows, their eyes set on our lands. We must remain vigilant. The warriors nodded, their expressions shifting from joviality to determination. Each understood the unspoken bond they shared, a vow to protect the sacred lands of air. Fion's heart swelled with pride at their loyalty, but deep within him, a flicker of doubt sparked. Were they truly ready for the trials that lay ahead? As night fell, the flickering flames of their camp ignited the darkness. Stories poured forth, tales of bravery and trickery, of battles won and lost. Fion listened intently, a quiet smile playing on his lips as his warriors recounted moments of valor. Yet, even as they laughed, he could feel the encroaching shadows of uncertainty creeping closer. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush shattered their camaraderie. Eyes turned towards the darkened trees, the laughter dying on their lips. Fion's instincts kicked in, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword, its blade shimmering in the firelight. Silence enveloped them like a heavy cloak, and the tension was palpable. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, his intentions hidden. It was a messenger, breathless and wild-eyed, a harbinger of news that sent chills down Fion's spine. A rival clan gathers to assault us. They seek to claim our lands and extinguish our light. Anger surged through Fion, hot and fierce. His mind raced, remembering the stories of past betrayals, the bloodshed that had stained the earth. He looked into the eyes of his warriors, each one a reflection of his resolve, his determination to stand firm against any foe. "Prepare yourselves," he roared, the sound echoing through the night. "We are the Fianna, protectors of the innocent. We will not let them take what is ours." His voice rang with authority, igniting a fire within his warriors. They gathered around him, swords drawn, ready to defend their home. Fion felt the weight of their trust, their unwavering belief in his leadership. He steeled himself, knowing that the coming battle would test not only their strength, but their hearts as well. Days turned to nights as they prepared, training under the watchful eye of Fion. Each warrior pushed themselves to their limits, fueled by a desire to protect what they loved. Yet, beneath the surface of their camaraderie, doubt lingered. Would they be enough to face the looming threat? Fion, too, wrestled with this uncertainty, but he masked it with unwavering resolve. The day of reckoning arrived, the sun high in the sky as the two forces met on the battlefield. Fion stood at the forefront, his heart pounding like a war drum, the sounds of clashing swords and battle cries reverberating through the air. The clash of steel rang out, raw and electric, as he fought alongside his warriors, each thrust and parry, a dance of life and death. In the chaos, Fion's focus remained sharp. He fought with a ferocity that made the earth tremble beneath his feet. Each enemy he felled felt like a weight lifted from his soul. Yet the fear of losing his comrades gnawed at him. He could see the valor in their eyes, the determination that drove them forward, but the stakes were high, and the cost could be devastating. A figure emerged from the fray, larger than life, a dark shadow that loomed over his warriors. It was the leader of the rival clan, his intentions as cold as the steel in his hands. Fion felt a rush of adrenaline surge through him, propelling him forward. The two leaders clashed, swords ringing out in the chaos, each strike echoing the very essence of their souls. The world around them faded, the sounds of battle dulled as Fion focused solely on his foe. This was not just a fight for victory, it was a fight for the very heart of air. The dance of combat intensified, each movement a testament to their wills, each strike carrying the weight of their people's hopes and dreams. Yet, in the midst of their battle, a flicker of doubt crossed Fion's mind. Would he be strong enough? Would his warriors stand by him? The answer loomed like a specter, haunting him. But even as the shadows threatened to envelop him, he felt a surge of strength from within, a light that refused to be extinguished. With one final resounding clash, Fion pushed forward, his resolve unyielding. The outcome of their struggle hung in the balance, and as the sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky crimson, the battle raged on, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Fianna and their leader, Fionn MacCumhail. In the flickering light of a dying fire, tales of ancient warriors and fierce battles danced through the air. But it was the women, strong, wise, and fierce, who captured the hearts of those who listened. These women were no mere shadows behind their male counterparts. They were goddesses and heroines, wielding power that could shift the very fabric of fate. In Celtic myth, the tales of these women resonate deeply, echoing the strength of their spirits and the depth of their sacrifices. Brigid, the goddess of the forge, poetry, and healing, stood tall and radiant, her fiery hair glowing like molten gold. She was not just a deity, but a beacon of hope and inspiration, embodying creativity and strength. The people revered her, invoking her name in rituals that sought her blessing. It was said that when Brigid walked the earth, the land flourished, and the hearts of men and women alike swelled with courage. Her stories stirred an emotional tide, calling forth the imagination of those who longed for a glimpse of her power. In a world where battles raged and darkness threatened, the mere whisper of her name could ignite a spark in the hearts of the weary. Then, there was the fierce warrior queen, Boudica, whose spirit was as untamed as the wind that swept through the hills of ancient Britain. Her story was one of loss and vengeance, a fierce roar against oppression. When Roman forces descended upon her homeland, she did not cower in fear. She rose, rallying her people with a fire burning in her soul. As she led her army into battle, her heart pounded with the weight of her fallen family and the desire for freedom. The earth trembled beneath her feet as she charged into the fray. A force of nature that could not be ignored. Her legacy became a symbol of resistance, igniting hope in the hearts of countless generations that followed. As the stories flowed, they took on lives of their own, weaving through the fabric of time. The tale of the Morrigan, the goddess of war and fate, was whispered around the fireside with a mix of awe and trepidation. She was an enigma, a shapeshifter, whose presence could herald victory or doom. The warriors who sought her favor knew that her blessing came at a price, one that could turn the tide of battle in an instant. With her three aspects, Morrigan, the battle goddess, Macha, the sovereign, and the phantom Bad-Bee, she was a manifestation of the complexities of life itself. Her laughter could chill the bone, and her words could instill fear. Yet beneath her fierce exterior lay a depth of understanding that few could comprehend. And what of the wise women, the enchantresses who traversed the borders between the mortal realm and the mystical? The Celtic tales spoke of these figures with reverence. They were often seen as healers, wielding knowledge of herbs and spells that could mend broken hearts and shattered bones. Their wisdom flowed like a river, calming the turbulent emotions of those who sought their guidance. In the face of adversity, these women stood firm, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythms of the earth. The tales of their bravery and strength lived on, passed down through generations, each telling adding a layer to their legacy. The stories were not without their heartaches. The tragic fate of Deirdre of the Sorrows unfolded like a dark shadow across the land. Her beauty was said to be unparalleled, but it became both a blessing and a curse. Caught in a web of fate, Deirdre's tale was filled with sorrow and longing, her love for a man destined to bring about her ruin. The heartache of her life struck a chord, a reminder of the fragility of happiness and the heavy price of love. As her cries echoed through the valleys, the pain of her story resonated deeply, touching the hearts of those who dared to listen. These women of Celtic myth were not just figures in a story. They were reflections of the human experience, complex and layered. They embodied the strength to face insurmountable odds and the vulnerability of love and loss. From the fierce battles to the quiet moments of reflection, their tales interwove with the very essence of life itself. The energy of their spirits lingered in the air, a constant reminder of the power that women held in a world often ruled by men. As the flickering flames cast shadows upon the faces of those gathered, the stories continued to flow, intertwining past and present, heartbreak and triumph. The very essence of these heroines lingered in the silence between words, their legacies forever imprinted on the hearts of those who dared to dream. The rhythm of their lives, woven with threads of courage, love, and despair, beckoned the listeners to keep their hearts open, to feel the weight of history pressing down, reminding them that the echoes of the past were still alive. With each tale, the night deepened, and the air thickened with emotion. The legends of the Celtic women grew stronger, intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree, reaching deep into the earth, drawing sustenance from the stories of old. They whispered of power and pain, of love and loss, igniting a fire within the souls of those who listened, urging them not to forget the strength of the women who had come before them. Their stories were not just told, they lived on, echoing through time, waiting for the next generation to carry their torch forward into the unknown. A chilling wind swept across the misty hills of ancient Ireland, carrying whispers of a time when the veil between the worlds of the living and the supernatural was thin, and creatures of wonder walked among mortals. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the emerald landscape, illuminating the stories of mythical beings that danced on the edges of the imagination. Each rustle of the leaves held a promise of magic and danger, beckoning the brave and the foolish alike into a world where legends breathed and shadows lurked. In the quiet of a forgotten glen, where the earth seemed to pulse with life, the presence of the Fae loomed. Ethereal and enchanting, these tiny beings flitted amidst the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. But beware, for the Fae were not the gentle spirits many believed them to be. A single misstep, a simple act of disrespect, could lead to dire consequences. A traveler who dared to pluck a flower might find themselves ensnared in the Fae's enchanting dance, losing track of time and reality until decades had slipped away, leaving them nothing but an echo of who they once were. Just beyond the Fae, perched on craggy cliffs, the fearsome banshee wailed, her mournful cries a harbinger of death. Draped in tattered white, her ghostly figure was often seen at twilight, her sorrowful song echoing through the valleys, a chilling reminder of lives lost. Legends spoke of her haunting beauty, yet those who heard her song understood that beauty could mask tragedy. she was a protector, warning families of impending doom, yet her appearance filled hearts with dread. To encounter a banshee was to face the truth of mortality, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. As stories drifted from the hearths of village homes, around flickering flames, another creature seemed to emerge from the shadows. The Selkie, portrayed as seals in the sea. These enchanting beings could shed their skins and transform into stunning humans. Heartbreak danced in their tails, as desperate lovers would capture Selkies' skins, effectively imprisoning them on land. Yet, the ocean called to Selkies like a forgotten promise. Many would weep for their lost freedom, yearning to plunge back into the depths from which they came. The sight of a Selkie slipping away into the waves filled hearts with longing and despair, a reminder of love's ephemeral nature. Miles away, in the depths of the Irish forests, the fearsome puka roamed. This shape-shifting spirit could take on various forms, from a fearsome horse to a mischievous goat. With a flick of its tail, it could bring abundance or catastrophe, depending on the mood of the night. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of the puka's tricks, warning travelers to tread carefully, for one wrong turn could lead to a harrowing chase through the woods, the laughter of the spirit echoing in their ears. Those who encountered the puka often returned with wild tales and trembling hearts, a reminder of the thin line between hilarity and horror. And then, there was the majestic dragon, the legendary creatures that soared through the skies of Celtic mythology. With scales that shimmered in the sunlight and breath that could ignite the heavens, dragons represented wisdom, strength, and the untamed spirit of the earth. They were guardians of sacred places, often found perched atop ancient hills or hidden in the depths of caves. In the tales of old, dragons were not only fearsome beasts to be conquered, but also wise beings to be respected. Their presence could inspire awe, filling hearts with both admiration and trepidation. Nestled within ancient stone circles, the mysterious Tuatha De Danann, the divine race, hovered in the edge of reality. Known as the people of the goddess Danu, they were said to possess powers beyond mortal comprehension. With their otherworldly beauty and masterful skills, they walked among the living, weaving magic into the fabric of existence. Yet, as tales unfolded, so did warnings. Encounters with the Tuatha could lead to great fortune or devastating misfortune. A simple invitation to dine with them could twist the threads of fate, leaving mortals ensnared in a web of magic they could not escape. Along the shores, the Merrows sang their haunting melodies, luring sailors to their watery graves. Enigmatic and captivating, these sea dwellers were both beautiful and deadly. With flowing hair like seaweed and eyes that mirrored the depths of the ocean, Merrows were a siren's song made flesh. Those who listened too closely would find themselves drawn into the waves, unable to resist the call of the sea. The stories told of love and loss intertwined with the echoes of their songs, a melody that lingered long after the last note faded. Through the ages, tales of these mythical beings were woven into the very fabric of Celtic culture, a rich tapestry of emotion, fear, and wonder. With every flickering flame and crackling ember, the stories grew, passed down through generations, igniting imaginations and inspiring the brave to seek out the mysteries of the world. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, promising new revelations with every murmur of the wind. Each story held a lesson, a warning, or a truth that resonated deeply within the hearts of those who dared to listen. And as the night deepened and shadows intertwined with dreams, The creatures of the Celtic world remained, their essence forever lingering in the whispers of the grass and the rustle of the leaves. In every corner of the wild, their stories pulsed with life, waiting for the next soul, curious enough to seek them out. The line between reality and myth blurred, and as the first hints of dawn broke on the horizon, the magical realm shimmered, promising that the tales were far from over. The next chapter awaited, where new creatures and legends would emerge from the fog, beckoning to those who dared to listen. A storm raged outside. The wind howled like a lost spirit, and the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows along the ancient stone walls. In that dimly lit room, tales of old hung heavy in the air, whispering of creatures that roamed the forests and waters, creatures that bridged the gap between the seen and the unseen. This was not merely a collection of stories. It was a tapestry woven with the threads of the past, where every animal was a symbol, a guide, or a harbinger of fate. In the world of Celtic mythology, animals were revered as powerful beings, each imbued with its own significance. The stag, regal and proud, emerged from the mist of the Emerald Hills, a guardian of the forests. With antlers that reached toward the heavens, he embodied strength and nobility. Legends spoke of warriors who, in the midst of battle, caught sight of the stag and found in its presence a moment of clarity, a reminder of honor that transcended the chaos of war. The very sight of him made hearts race and minds clear, as if the ancient spirits of the land had breathed a powerful message into the souls of those who dared to witness such majesty. But it was not only the stag that captivated the imagination. The cunning fox danced through the underbrush with a sly smile, embodying the spirit of cleverness and adaptability. In stories shared by firelight, the fox was more than just a creature. He was a teacher, guiding the lost and the foolish toward wisdom, often at the cost of their own pride. His antics, playful yet profound, served as a reminder that the world was not always as it seemed, and that wit could be as vital as strength. The laughter that erupted from those tales echoed long after the last embers burned low, leaving listeners enchanted and often wary of what lay unseen in the shadows. The majestic swan glided across the tranquil lakes, a symbol of purity and transformation. In Celtic lore, she was no mere bird. She was a manifestation of grace and beauty, often involved in tales of love and loss. In one haunting story, a young woman, cursed to live as a swan, would only regain her human form through the love of a brave knight. The water rippled with emotions as the swan's haunting song echoed across the stillness, intertwining with the hearts of those who dared to listen. It was a reminder that every transformation carried with it a heavy burden, that beauty often hid pain beneath its surface. Beneath the waves, the salmon swam with wisdom older than time itself. Known as the keeper of knowledge, the salmon taught that life was often a journey of seeking and understanding. In the depths of the rivers, he held the secrets of the world, waiting for those brave enough to pursue him. The tales spoke of heroes who ventured into the waters, desperate to catch a glimpse of the salmon, for to do so was to glimpse destiny itself. The shimmering scales and the glistening water held not just fish, but the essence of life's biggest questions. What is fate, and who controls it? Then there was the brilliant raven, dark as the night sky and wise as the mountains. Often seen as a messenger from the other world, the raven flapped his wings through the air, carrying tidings of war, love, or death. His call was both a warning and a comfort, a reminder that the boundary between life and the spirit world was thin and fragile. In the tales, the raven was both feared and revered, a creature that embodied the dance between hope and despair. To see a raven was to confront one's own fate, to acknowledge the mysteries that lay on the edge of existence, and to question every choice made. Among the rugged cliffs and rolling hills, the wolf prowled, embodying loyalty and ferocity. In the Celtic mindset, the wolf was a protector, a fierce guardian of the pack. His howl echoed through the night, a haunting melody that struck at the very core of one's being. Stories told of brave warriors who formed a bond with the wolf, becoming stronger and more attuned to the rhythms of nature. The wolf was not just an animal, he was a guide through the dark nights of the soul, teaching that survival often lay in unity and courage. The hare, quick and elusive, represented fertility and rebirth. In the soft glow of dawn, he danced through the meadows, a symbol of hope and renewal. The Celts believed that the hare was sacred to the goddess of spring, embodying the spirit of life's cyclical nature. As the seasons turned, the hare would remind people that even in the harshest winters, the promise of spring lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to be embraced. The tales of the hare were often filled with laughter, joy, and the celebration of life's constant ebb and flow. As dusk fell over the land, the stories wove together, a tapestry of emotions bound by the creatures that roamed the earth, sky, and sea. Each animal was a chapter, each tale a thread connecting the past to the present, whispering that the spirits of the wild still watched over those who dared to listen. The fire crackled softly, the shadows danced on the walls, and the air hung thick with magic. It was a reminder that in every rustle of leaves, in every ripple of water, and in every flicker of light, the heartbeat of the land pulsed along with the ancient songs of animals, eternally entwined in the legacy of the Celts. With every story shared, the connection between the people and the animals deepened. They were not just beings to be observed, they were allies, guardians, and teachers. The tales lingered in the minds and hearts of those who heard them, a promise that the world was alive with meaning, waiting just beneath the surface. The candlelight flickered, the storm outside began to wane, but the stories continued, swirling in the air like the whispers of the wind, carrying the essence of the animals into the night, beckoning the next chapter to unfold. A gust of wind swept through the ancient stone circles, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who dared to tread on that sacred ground. The air hummed with untold stories, echoing the whispers of those who had come before. Here, at the convergence of earth and sky, the history of humanity intertwined with the divine, casting a spell that was impossible to resist. The Celts believed that sacred sites were not mere locations. They were living entities, pulsating with energy and purpose. The very stones of Stonehenge seemed to breathe, holding the memories of rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the stars. How many hands had touched those stones? How many voices had risen in prayer, seeking guidance from the gods, or perhaps from the spirits of ancestors long gone? Each stone, each mound, served as a canvas for the human experience, a testament to the bond between the sacred and the mundane. In the heart of the Amazon, the dense foliage concealed another sacred site, the Temple of the Moon. Here, the indigenous tribes believed the spirits of their forebears danced among the trees, guiding them through life's challenges. The sound of a distant drum echoed through the canopy, reverberating with the heartbeat of the earth. It was more than music. It was a call to honor the past. to respect the land that had nurtured generations. The trees stood like sentinels, guardians of secrets that had weathered time's relentless march. As dusk settled over the Ganges, the river shimmered with a golden hue, its waters carrying the prayers of millions. This was more than a river. It was a lifeline, sacred to Hindus who believed that bathing in its waters could wash away sin. The Ghats, alive with the flickering glow of lamps and the fragrance of incense, became a theater of devotion. People gathered, eyes closed, hands clasped, offering their hopes and dreams to the flowing current. The tension in the air was palpable. A collective yearning for connection, for something beyond the ordinary. Across the globe, the rocky outcrops of Uluru loomed large against the horizon. To the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, this monumental rock was not just a landmark. It was a living story, a tapestry of creation woven by ancestral beings. The sun dipped low, casting fiery shades of orange and red upon the surface, and in that moment, it was hard not to feel the weight of history pressing down. The stories of the Dreamtime echoed through the land, as if the very air was charged with the narratives of creation, loss, and resilience. In the vastness of the Sahara, the pyramids of Giza stood unyielding, a monument to human ambition and spiritual exploration. As the sun rose, the shadows danced like phantoms across the sand, revealing the artistry of ancient architects. These colossal structures were built not merely as tombs, but as gateways to the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians believed that the soul could ascend to the heavens, and the pyramids served as a bridge to that eternal realm. Each stone, carefully placed, was a step toward the divine, a testament to humanity's quest for immortality. On the wind-swept cliffs of Ireland, the ruins of ancient monasteries whispered tales of devotion and sacrifice. The monks who once inhabited these sacred spaces sought solitude and connection with the divine. The rugged landscape mirrored their isolation, yet beneath the harsh exterior lay a profound beauty. It was here that the echoes of prayers mingled with the cries of seabirds, creating a symphony of faith that reverberated across the ages. Those who visited felt a pull, a yearning to understand the depth of their own spirituality amid the raw power of nature. The Mayan pyramids, cloaked in jungle vines, stood as a testament to a civilization that revered the cosmos. At Tikal, the sun would rise and set through the sacred alignments of the temples, creating an astronomical spectacle that fueled their religious rituals. With each passing season, the cycles of nature mirrored the cycles of life and death, and in this dance, the Mayans found meaning. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming orchids, as if the very soil breathed life into the stories of gods and heroes. As twilight fell over the ancient city of Petra, the rose-red cliffs glowed with a warm, ethereal light. This site, carved by human hands, was imbued with a sense of wonder. The Nabateans had thrived here, trading in spices and incense, and their legacy lingered like a lingering perfume in the air. It was more than stone. It was a sanctuary, a place where the divine met the earthly in a vibrant tapestry of culture and faith. Each narrow passageway was a reminder of the countless souls who had traversed this land, seeking fortune, solace, or enlightenment. In the frozen expanse of the Arctic, the sacred spaces of the Inuit people lay hidden beneath layers of snow. The land itself, with its shimmering ice and vast skies, was considered sacred. Rituals were performed to honor the spirits of animals and to seek balance with nature. Here, the quiet could be deafening, filled with the weight of tradition and respect. The northern lights danced above, an otherworldly spectacle that made the heart race and the spirit soar. It felt as though the universe was listening, a reminder that humanity was but a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. These sacred sites and landscapes, woven into the very fabric of the earth, beckoned to those who dared to listen. They whispered tales of love, loss, and the search for meaning in a world that often felt chaotic. Each location carried a resonance, a heartbeat that pulsed with the essence of those who had come before, and those yet to come. The geography of myth was not just a map, it was a living testament to the stories that shaped humanity's path, a bridge connecting the past with the present, and perhaps the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, the sacred spaces awaited new seekers, each with their own intentions and dreams. The energies of the earth surged, as if inviting them to step closer, to feel the pull of something greater. There was a sense that the journey was far from over, that each sacred site held the promise of revelation, a new layer of understanding waiting to be uncovered. And in this tapestry of myth and geography, the heart of humanity continued to beat, echoing through time and space, urging all to listen, to feel, and to believe. The air crackled with anticipation as the sun dipped low on the horizon, its golden rays spilling across the verdant glades where the Celts gathered. Shadows danced among ancient oaks, whispering secrets of the past. This was no ordinary evening. It was a night steeped in ritual and festivity, a moment when the veil between the worlds thinned and the spirits of the ancestors roamed freely among the living. Every turn of the season brought a festival, a celebration woven into the fabric of life, like the colorful threads of a tapestry. Samhain, the gateway to winter, was a time for remembering the dead. Families lit bonfires, their flickering flames casting a warm glow against the chill of encroaching darkness. They set places at their tables for loved ones who had passed, believing that the spirits would join them for a meal, bridging the gap between the seen and unseen. As the night progressed, the haunting sound of a lone bagpipe echoed through the woods, calling forth warriors and fairies alike to join in the revelry. Laughter bubbled over like the mead in wooden tankards, and the air was heavy with the earthy smell of roasted meats and sweet cakes prepared for the feast. Stories were spun, tales of heroes and gods, a rich oral history passed through generations. With every sip of ale, the past felt more alive, as if the very essence of the ancestors flowed within them. Imbolc, a festival of light and fertility, followed closely behind. It marked the first stirrings of spring, when the earth began to awaken from its slumber. The Celts celebrated Brigid, the goddess of fire, healing, and poetry. Candles were lit in every home, symbolizing the return of warmth and life. The women wove intricate patterns of reeds, creating Brigid's crosses to ward off darkness and protect their families. In the flickering candlelight, hope was rekindled, igniting dreams of new beginnings and fruitful harvests to come. Beltane arrived with the wild abandon of spring, a celebration of love and fire. The entire community gathered to dance around the maypole, ribbons of vibrant color streaming in the warm breeze, a symbol of fertility and unity. The night was ablaze with fires, flames leaping toward the starry sky, as couples leaped hand in hand over the bonfires, committing their hearts to one another with the fervor of the season. The air was electric with passion, and the laughter of children mingled with the rhythmic beat of drums, a heartbeat echoing through the land. As the moon rose high, The sensual energy of the night pulsed like a living thing, a reminder that life must be embraced in all its chaotic beauty. The Celts rejoiced in this dance of nature, celebrating the sacred cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The echoes of their ancestors seemed to chant along, urging them to live fully, to love fiercely, and to honor the earth that nourished them. Lughnasadh, the harvest festival, shimmered with promise as golden grains swayed in the breeze. Families gathered to give thanks for the bounty of the earth and to prepare for the long winter ahead. They shared stories of their struggles and triumphs, each tale a thread in the tapestry of their lives. The festival was marked by traditional games, races, feasts, and contests that tested the strength and skill of the community. Laughter rang out clearly, a joyous reminder of unity and resilience. High on a hill, the sacred stones of a dolmen stood sentinel to these celebrations, ancient reminders of the Celts' deep connection to their land and their ancestors. As the sun set, the stones caught the last rays of light, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. An air of reverence enveloped the crowd, a moment where time seemed to stand still, each person lost in their thoughts of gratitude and the strength of their heritage. As autumn arrived, Mabon heralded the second harvest, a time of reflection and balance. The Celts gathered once more, their hearts filled with the fruits of their labor. The air was rich with the scent of apples, and tables overflowed with nuts, berries, and grains, the very essence of life's cycle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they shared tales of the season, the balance of light and dark, and the importance of gratitude. Amid the feasting, a poignant silence would occasionally sweep over the crowd, a moment to honor those who had passed. In the flicker of candlelight, they would lift their cups, murmuring names and memories, calling forth the spirits of their ancestors to join in the celebration. A deep sense of connection threaded through the community, binding them together in a shared understanding of their place in the continuum of life. Each festival was a thread woven into a larger story, a narrative rich with history, memory, and emotion. The Celts understood that every season brought its own magic, each festival a chance to honor the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. In their rituals, they found a way to express their deepest emotions, their fears, and their hopes. And as the last embers of the bonfires faded into the night, the Celts carried the spirit of celebration within them, a flickering flame that would guide them through the darker days. The stories told around the fires became whispers in the wind, remnants of laughter and love echoing through the ages. Each festival was not merely a day on the calendar, but a living testament to the strength of their culture and the resilience of the human spirit. The rhythm of their lives flowed seamlessly, one festival leading to the next, creating a beautiful tapestry of existence. The Celts knew that life, like their rituals, was a celebration of all that was sacred in the world around them. And as the moon hung high, casting its silvery glow upon the land, the heart of the Celtic people beat on, forever entwined in the dance of life, love, and remembrance, ready to embrace whatever came next. In a mist-covered glade, ancient oaks twisted their gnarled branches toward the heavens, whispering secrets of a time long past. Here, the air was thick with the scent of earth and damp foliage, the kind that clung to the skin and breathed life into the very bones of the earth. Time stood still, and shadows flickered as if playful spirits danced among the trees, weaving tales of gods and heroes. Beneath this celestial canopy, another story was unfolding, one that would bridge the divide between the old ways and the new beliefs. In the early days of Christianity, as it crept into the emerald valleys and rolling hills of Celtic lands. The echoes of old gods still reverberated in the hearts of the people. The Celts held a rich tapestry of mythology, vibrant and alive, filled with deities who walked among mortals. The sun god Belenus, the goddess Brigid, and the many spirits of the land were not just stories. They breathed life into the daily routines of a people who revered nature. And as the new religion began to plant its roots, it did so in a soil nourished by the ancient lore that had shaped the Celtic identity. The influence of Celtic mythology on Christianity wasn't a mere overlay. It was a delicate dance, a tapestry woven with threads of shared belief and practice. Missionaries, brave souls like Patrick, ventured into the heart of the Emerald Isle, not with swords, but with words. They understood that to reach the Celts, they must speak in a language that resonated with their souls. So, an image of the cross was adorned with symbols of the sun and the moon, the intertwining patterns of knots that represented eternity, elements that the Celts recognized and cherished. This was no simple conversion. It was a transformation that blended the old with the new, honoring the spirit of the land while illuminating the path of faith. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the hills, the Celts gathered around firelight, the flickering flames reflecting their faces filled with hope and trepidation. They shared tales of Cu Chulainn, the warrior who faced impossible odds, and of the otherworldly realm of Tir na Nog, a paradise that promised eternal youth. Christianity, with its promise of life after death, echoed these ancient longings. The tales of saints and martyrs began to intertwine with the legends of the old gods, creating a rich narrative that resonated in the hearts of the people, a narrative woven as tightly as the intricate designs on their pottery. Yet, this blending was not without tension. In the villages, whispers grew like wildfires. Some held on fiercely to the old ways, clinging to the rituals that had defined their existence for centuries. The rituals of Samhain, when the veil between the worlds was thinnest, became woven into the Christian calendar as All Hallows' Eve. The sacred bonfires that once honored the ancient deities now glowed in celebration of saints. But the essence remained, the connection to the spirit world simmering just beneath the surface. It was a delicate balance, a push and pull between faith and tradition, as the past and present collided. In the midst of this transformation, a young girl named Aisling stood at the crossroads of belief. Her heart was torn as she listened to the teachings of the missionaries, their words painting vivid pictures of love, sacrifice, and redemption. Yet, how could she abandon the stories of her ancestors? The tales of the goddess Brigid, who brought spring and healing, and the sacred wells where the people sought blessings. These were the roots of her existence. As she knelt by the well, the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface, she could feel the weight of expectations pressing down upon her. Would she forsake her lineage for a new creed? Or could she find a way to honor both? The church grew, a physical manifestation of faith, rising amidst the ancient stones. Yet beneath its steeples, the old ways lingered like shadows. Rituals transformed, but did not vanish. The blessing of fields was still performed during Beltane, though now it echoed with prayers to Christ. The intertwining of Celtic symbols within Christian iconography became a canvas of unity, a testament to the resilience of belief. Each figure carved on stone, each elaborate manuscript illuminated, told a story of adaptation, of finding hope in a world that was changing too rapidly for some. As years turned into centuries, the mingling of stories persisted. The legends of the Celts found refuge in the pages of Christian texts. The tales of warriors and mythical creatures were retold with a new perspective, echoing the moral teachings of Christ. And in this dance of narratives, the essence of Celtic mythology seeped into the very fabric of Christian practices. The sacredness of nature, the reverence for the land, and the belief in the unseen, all woven into the teachings of love and compassion found in the Gospels. And so, in the quiet corners of the churches, one could sense the lingering presence of the old gods, their whispers still intertwining with hymns sung by candlelight. The Celtic spirit, vibrant and alive, infused the new faith with a sense of belonging, a comforting reminder that the journey of faith does not erase the past, but honors it. The stories of old, once thought to be relics of a forgotten age, became a foundation upon which a new belief system was built. In the hushed moments, when the world seemed to pause, the fire crackled, and the air filled with the laughter of children. The echoes of a blended faith thrived. It was a promise that even as the old gave way to the new, the heart of the ancient myths would remain, illuminating the path forward. And as the moonlight bathed the land, the spirit of both the Celts and the Christians walked hand in hand, weaving an unbroken thread through time, a testament to the undying power of belief, a power that would continue to shape the world in ways yet unseen. On a chilly evening, as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, a flickering fire cast dancing shadows on the walls of a small, dimly lit hut. Inside, an elderly woman, her hair white like fresh snow, sat surrounded by eager children. The air buzzed with anticipation, as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath. She began to weave her tales, not from a book, but from the ancient depths of her memory, where stories of gods, heroes, and monsters lived. Each word she spoke was a thread, stitching together the past and the present, binding her listeners with invisible ties to a world they could only dream of. This moment, so simple yet profound, was a powerful reminder of how myths had been passed down through generations, carefully preserved by those who understood their significance. Long before the first ink met parchment, these tales existed in the hearts of storytellers, whispered from one generation to another, keeping the essence of cultures alive. The oral tradition was a lifeline, a bridge connecting the past to the present, filled with the weight of countless experiences and the shimmering hope of what could be. As the children listened, their eyes wide with wonder, the woman's voice rose and fell like the tide, carrying them to distant lands. She spoke of powerful kings and fierce battles, of love that defied the gods and friendships that transcended time. Each tale was painted vividly with her voice, filling the room with colors that came alive in the imaginations of her audience. They gasped as she described the mighty phoenix, rising from its own ashes, a symbol of resilience. They shuddered at the mention of the great dragon, guarding treasures that could turn dreams into reality, and they cheered for the brave heroes who faced impossible odds. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, hidden away in a dusty library, scholars were hunched over manuscripts, their fingers trembling as they turned the delicate pages. These ancient texts held the very fabric of civilization. Each character, each scribble, was a testament to the dreams and fears of those who lived centuries before. They sought to preserve the echoes of their ancestors, to capture that fleeting magic before it slipped away. The ink was dark and rich, like the stories themselves, and as they deciphered the faded words, a sense of urgency filled the air. These manuscripts were fragile, remnants of a time that threatened to fade into oblivion. In a small village, an elder, much like the woman by the fire, would gather the townsfolk every full moon. Under the silver glow of the moon, he would recite the legends of their people, the stories etched into the very soil of the land they had walked for generations. His voice would rise above the crackle of the fire, a soothing balm against the cool night air. He spoke of the sacred trees that whispered secrets to the wind, of rivers that carved paths through mountains, and of the spirits that danced in the twilight. Each tale was a reminder of who they were and where they came from, a torch of identity passed from hand to hand. Yet, the world was changing. With every tick of the clock, the grip of modernity tightened, threatening to overshadow these time-honored traditions. The allure of technology pulled at the young, their attention drifting from the crackling fires and wise words of the past to the bright screens that promised instant gratification. The elders felt a pang of sadness, a fear that the stories might one day be lost, disappearing like smoke in the wind. The weight of their ancestors' wisdom hung heavy on their shoulders. They were the last guardians of memories, too precious to be forgotten. In the dark corners of the library, a tension brewed. The scholars knew that the stories contained in those manuscripts were like seeds waiting for the right moment to bloom. They burned with the desire to share the knowledge they had unearthed, but they also felt the pressure of time. Would their discoveries ever reach the world before the stories faded? Would the younger generations care to listen when the old ways seemed so outdated? As dusk turned to night, the stories continued to unfold in different corners of the world. An ancient warrior stood on a battlefield, his heart pounding like a drum as he prepared to face an unseen enemy. The tales of bravery and valor rushed through his mind, echoing the words of his forefathers. He remembered the oral traditions passed down to him, the lessons of courage that had shaped him. In that moment, he became a living embodiment of the myths that had preserved the essence of his people through the ages. Back at the hut, a child, eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked the elder, "How do you remember all the stories?" The woman smiled, her heart swelling with pride. "They live in my heart. They are part of me, just as they are part of you." Her words hung in the air, a promise that though the world might change, the stories would always find a way to survive. In the library, the scholars, fueled by the urgency of their mission, began to transcribe the tales they had uncovered. Their pens flowed with ink, transforming fragile parchment into treasures that would withstand the test of time. Each stroke was a commitment to their ancestors, a vow that these stories would never fade into silence. The fear of loss ignited a fire within them, pushing them to work through the night, knowing that the preservation of these myths was vital for the future. As the fire crackled and the manuscripts whispered their secrets, the cosmos seemed to align. The old ways and the new were intertwining, creating a tapestry rich in history and hope. The stories, whether spoken or written, remained the lifeblood of humanity, binding generations together with threads of shared experiences, emotions, and dreams. They were the echoes of laughter and tears, of victories and losses. And so, as the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, the circle of myth and memory continued to widen, echoing through time. The preservation of these stories was not merely an act of remembrance, it was a celebration of life itself, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who had come before and those who would follow. The fire burned bright, illuminating the path ahead, where the past and present would forever dance in harmony. In a twilight glade, where the mist clung to the earth like a shroud, The air hummed with whispered secrets. Beneath the gnarled branches of ancient oak trees, a fire flickered, casting dancing shadows. Here, a storyteller wove tales of old, his voice a melodic tapestry that wrapped the listeners in a warm embrace. As he spoke, the flickering flames seemed to pulse in rhythm with the heartbeat of the land, and every ear hung on his every word, for dreams and prophecies were the lifeblood of Celtic lore. In the world of Celtic myth, dreams weren't mere figments of the imagination. They were windows to the divine. Each night, as darkness fell over the Emerald Hills, the Celts anticipated the arrival of visions that could reveal hidden truths or foretell dire fates. They believed that the other world brushed against their own, and in dreams, those boundaries faded. Souls of ancestors and spirits of the land might send messages wrapped in imagery so vivid that waking life seemed dull in comparison. A tale spoke of a young warrior named Cu Chulainn, whose fateful dreams shaped the course of his destiny. One night, under a blanket of stars, he dreamed of a dazzling young woman who beckoned him from a shimmering lake. The vision was so vivid that he could feel the cool water lapping at his feet. "Come to me, brave one," she whispered, her voice like soft music. "Your path is fraught with peril, but there is glory waiting for you on the other side." The next day, in the waking world, Cu Chulainn found himself drawn to that very lake, where he encountered not just the beauty of the water, but also the gravity of his fate. The whispers of the woman lingered in his mind, a prophecy woven into the fabric of his being. With every step he took, the weight of his future pressed upon him, and he felt the heat of battle already igniting within his soul. But dreams were not always gentle. They could be harbingers of doom, foretelling tragedies that would ripple through the lives of those they touched. The story of Deirdre, the tragic heroine, echoed through the ages. Her dreams foretold of a life filled with sorrow and longing, bound by the threads of fate. As a child, she dreamt of a great warrior who would capture her heart but bring ruin upon her people. The visions were haunting, filling her nights with dread, yet she was powerless to change the course that lay ahead. On the eve of her marriage to a king, Deirdre awoke in a panic, her heart racing against the backdrop of an extravagant hall filled with laughter and feasting. The faces around her blurred as her mind raced back to the dream that lingered like a shadow. "He will die by your choice," a voice had warned her, echoing ominously. Torn between love and loyalty, she tried to silence the foreboding feelings, yet they clawed at her insides, threatening to consume her. Prophecy flowed through the blood of the Celts, like the rivers that crisscrossed their land. The Druids, those wise sages cloaked in the mist of time, held sacred the art of divination. They studied the stars and the flight of birds, interpreting signs that would guide their people in times of uncertainty. A solitary figure, cloaked in emerald green, would often be seen at twilight, standing on a hilltop, eyes closed, murmuring incantations that seemed to weave the fabric of fate itself. One such prophecy foretold the coming of a great battle that would change everything. Villages held their breath as whispers of the Druids spread like wildfire, igniting both fear and hope. The clash of swords became inevitable, a storm brewing on the horizon. Warriors gathered, emboldened by the visions that had come to them in their sleep. Each man felt the pulse of destiny, a call to arms that would echo through the ages. The skies darkened as the day of reckoning approached, and the air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice. In the moments before battle, dreams haunted the warriors. The rumble of hooves, the clash of metal. and the cries of the fallen filled their minds. They would wake, drenched in sweat, their hearts racing. Yet, there was a strange comfort in knowing that their fates were intertwined with something greater than themselves, woven into the very essence of the land they fought to protect. As the sun rose on the day of the battle, it cast a golden hue over the fields, a stark contrast to the shadows that loomed in the hearts of the men. Chulin, with his dreams of glory and the heavy burden of prophecy, stood at the front lines, ready to embrace whatever awaited him. The air was electric, and as the battle cry rang out, it was as though the very earth trembled beneath their feet, echoing the heartbeat of those who dared to dream and dare to fight. The energy surged in that moment, a symphony of fate unspooling in the air. With every clash of swords, with every cry of agony, the dreams of the past and the prophecies of the future converged. Each warrior felt the weight of history pressing upon them, the unyielding pull of dreams that had guided their actions. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for their legacies, for the dreams that had come to them in darkness, whispering the truths they had yet to uncover. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the stories of dreams and prophecy continued to unfold. Each soul carried the weight of their visions, entwined in a tapestry of fate, where the past, present, and future danced in an eternal loop, echoing the heartbeats of those who dared to dream. In that moment, it became clear that the essence of the Celts was not solely bound to the land they walked upon, but also to the dreams that soared high above, carrying with them the hopes and fears that shaped their world. The night would come again, bringing with it the promise of new dreams and untold prophecies, forever entwining the fates of those who listened closely to the whispers of the other world. The mist hung thick over the ancient landscape, cloaking the rolling hills and dense woodlands in a shroud of mystery. It was here, where the sun poured through the branches like liquid gold, that the Celts found their heartbeat. Nature was not just the backdrop of their lives. It was a living tapestry, woven with threads of spirit and story. The trees whispered secrets, the rivers sang of journeys, and the mountains stood as timeless guardians, watching over a people deeply intertwined with the world around them. From the moment the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, the Celts began their sacred rituals, honoring the very elements that cradled their existence. They believed that every stone, every stream, and every gust of wind carried the essence of the divine. The Celts were not mere observers. They were participants in a grand symphony of life. Each season brought its own lessons, its own celebrations. As the leaves turned gold in autumn, they gathered to give thanks, their voices rising in harmony with the rustling branches overhead. In the deep woods, where shadows danced and sunlight flickered, ancient oaks stood like wise elders. Their gnarled roots tangled with legends, while their leaves held the laughter of children playing beneath their boughs. The Celts revered these trees, seeing them as sacred beings. They believed that within their rings lay the wisdom of the ages, and beneath their bark pulsed the lifeblood of the earth. When they carved symbols into the wood, it was not just art. It was a conversation with the spirit that dwelled within. The Celts' connection with nature was woven into their very being. As twilight deepened, the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and damp earth. The Celts would gather around the fire. The flickering flames cast long shadows, illuminating the faces of those who sat in reverence. Stories flowed like the wine poured from their clay mugs, tales of gods and goddesses, of the land and its cycles, each story a vibrant thread in the fabric of their culture. The stars above twinkled in response, as if the cosmos itself was listening. The Celts held the belief that every animal carried a message, a lesson waiting to be learned. The swift hare symbolized swiftness, the mighty stag embodied strength, and the raven, with its dark wings, was a messenger between this world and the next. This deep respect for the animal kingdom permeated their lives, guiding their decisions and shaping their destinies. When a deer would bound through the glade, the Celts would pause, their breath hitching in awe, recognizing the spirit of the wild speaking to them. Yet, there was a darker side to this relationship. The Celts understood that nature could be fierce, a force to be reckoned with. Storms raged, rivers overflowed, and the earth could shake with such fury that it swallowed whole villages. They did not fear these moments, but instead faced them with reverence, seeing them as powerful reminders of nature's might. They would gather in circles, their hearts pounding like thunder, invoking the protective spirits of the land, calling upon the ancient ones to shield them from harm. As the seasons continued their unrelenting dance, the Celts celebrated the turning of the wheel of the year. At Samhain, they honored their ancestors, lighting bonfires that flickered like stars against the darkened sky. They believed that the veil between worlds was thin and that the spirits of the past walked among them. The crackling flames illuminated their faces, casting a glow that spoke of longing and remembrance. In those moments, they felt a kinship with the earth, a connection that transcended time itself. Winter brought its own quiet blessings. When the world was blanketed in snow, the Celts would retreat into their homes, wrapping themselves in furs and sharing stories that brought warmth to the coldest nights. The quiet of the forest was profound, and in that stillness, they listened for the heartbeat of the earth beneath the frost. In their dreams, they would see the first hints of spring, the buds pushing through the frozen ground, a promise of renewal that would soon break the winter's grip. As dawn broke over the land, the Celts would rise with the sun, grateful for another day, another chance to connect with the wild beauty surrounding them. They tended their gardens with care, planting seeds that held the potential for life. Each sprout was a miracle, a testament to their bond with the earth. They sang to their crops, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves, believing that the plants could hear their hopes and fears. This relationship was not without its challenges. The encroachment of foreign lands and the clash of cultures threatened the delicate harmony the Celts had nurtured for centuries. Yet, in their hearts, they clung to the ancient ways, to the rhythms of nature that had guided them for generations. They felt the stirrings of resistance, a fierce fire igniting within them as they stood firm against the tides of change. They knew the spirits of the forest were watching, and with every heartbeat, they felt the call of the wild, urging them to stand their ground. The land held their stories in its folds, the laughter of children, the whispers of lovers, the tears of lost souls. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the hills, the Celts gathered once more, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. They were bound together by a shared love for the land, for the cycles of life and death, for the magic that flowed through every leaf and every breeze. With hearts full of hope and eyes bright with understanding, they embraced the night, knowing that the dance of nature would continue, weaving their stories into the very fabric of existence. In that moment, as the stars began to twinkle against the darkening sky, they felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, an echo of their ancestors, reminding them that they were never alone. The air crackled with energy, and the spirit of the land wrapped around them like a warm embrace, promising that their connection with nature would endure, a timeless bond that would transcend the ages. In an ancient world, where whispers of the wind carried tales of old, the trees stood tall and proud, their gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. Each leaf shimmered with a story, each trunk bore witness to the passage of time. To the Celts, these trees were more than mere plants. They were sacred beings, a bridge between the earthly and the divine. As night fell and the moon cast a silvery glow, the air thickened with the weight of reverence, and the secrets of the forest began to unfurl. In the Celtic belief system, every tree was alive with its own spirit, a guardian of wisdom that transcended time and space. Oak trees, with their sturdy boughs and sprawling roots, were revered as symbols of strength and endurance. Ancient warriors sought shade beneath their canopies, believing that the mighty oak offered protection in times of battle. Each leaf that fluttered in the breeze seemed to whisper encouragement, urging them to be brave. With every heartbeat, the oak stood as a testament to resilience, a reminder that even in the stormiest of times, one can stand firm and thrive. The sacred yew, on the other hand, embodied the mystery of life and death. In graveyards, they stretched their arms wide, as if cradling the souls of the departed. Their dark, slender trunks were a symbol of immortality, a doorway to the other world. The Celts believed that the yew held the power to connect the living with the dead, allowing families to honor their ancestors and seek guidance from those who had passed beyond. Standing beside a yew, one could almost hear the soft echoes of laughter and love, a reminder that the bonds of kinship transcended even the veil of death. As the seasons changed, so too did the trees, each reflecting the ebb and flow of life. The birch, with its slender form and white bark, signified new beginnings and renewal. In spring, the Celts would gather beneath its branches, sharing hopes and dreams, celebrating the promise of what was to come. The birch was a beacon of hope, urging them to shed the weight of the past and embrace the possibilities of tomorrow. Its rustling leaves sang a lullaby of change, a gentle reminder that life was a continuous cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. But not all trees were gentle guardians. The hawthorn, with its thorny branches and sweet blooms, was both beautiful and treacherous. It stood at the crossroads, a symbol of protection and warning. Many believed that one should tread carefully around the hawthorn, for it guarded the boundary between the mundane and the magical. To disturb it could invite misfortune, while to honor it could lead to blessings. The Celts approached the hawthorn with a mix of awe and caution, each step around its roots resonating with the thrill of the unknown. Amidst these towering sentinels of nature, the sacred grove emerged as a place of gathering, where the Celts could commune with the divine. Here, the trees formed a cathedral of green, their branches arching like the vaulted ceilings of a great hall. In the heart of this grove, rituals took place, and ancient songs echoed, mingling with the rustle of leaves. The air crackled with the energy of the ancestors, urging the living to remember their roots and honor their heritage. Under the watchful gaze of the trees, the Celts felt the weight of their traditions and the power of their connection to the earth. Every tree held a story, but none were more poignant than that of the ash. The ash tree, with its towering height and sprawling roots, was thought to be the source of all wisdom. Known as Yggdrasil in Norse mythology, it was the axis of the world, a symbol of interconnectedness. The Celts believed that the ash bridged the gap between the realms, linking the heavens, earth, and underworld. They would gather beneath its sprawling branches to seek guidance, feeling the pulse of the universe flow through them as they connected with the ancient wisdom that resided within its bark. Yet, as the moon waxed and waned, so too did the fate of the trees. They witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the laughter of children growing into the weight of responsibility, and the soft sighs of aging folks reflecting on a life well lived. Each ring of the trunk told a story of endurance, of storms weathered and seasons passed. In their silence, the trees held the collective memory of the land, a living testament to the legacy of the Celts. The roots ran deep, entwined with the very essence of their beliefs. They understood that trees were not just symbols of life, but also reminders of their mortality. The cycle of growth and decay mirrored the human experience, a poignant reflection of their own fleeting existence. When one passed away, it was believed their spirit returned to the trees, becoming part of the eternal cycle, feeding the roots and nurturing new life. The Celts danced around the fire, celebrating this connection, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, a harmonious tribute to the intertwined fates of nature and humanity. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled overhead like ancient fireflies, and the tales of the trees echoed louder in the stillness. The spirits of the forest stirred, beckoning the Celts to remember their bonds, to cherish their history, and to honor the sacred relationship they shared with the land. The woods were alive with a pulsing energy, a reminder that every tree was a symbol of hope, resilience, and the interconnectedness of all living things. In this sacred space, the trees stood as both guardians and guides, revealing the deep truths of the Celts' beliefs, the profound understanding that life, in all its forms, was a tapestry woven from the threads of nature. With every gust of wind, every rustle of leaves, the message grew clearer. Life was a cycle, an unending dance of beginnings and endings, where every tree, every spirit, and every person played a vital role. And as the Celts took a breath, they felt that ancient connection pulse within them, urging them to continue the journey, to step forth into the next chapter of their existence, forever intertwined with the sacred trees that had watched over them since time immemorial. The first chill of autumn swept through the village, a whispering promise that something magical lurked just beneath the surface of the everyday. Leaves transformed into a tapestry of reds and golds, fluttering down as if nature itself was shedding its burdens, preparing for the long, cold months ahead. In the center of the village square, children gathered around a large bonfire, their cheeks flushed with excitement and warmth. This was the eve of Harvest Festival, a time when the air crackled with anticipation, and stories of old danced just beyond the flickering flames. As the fire crackled and sent sparks spiraling into the night sky, elders began to share tales passed down through generations, tales of gods and spirits who shaped the seasons, of festivals that marked the passage of time, and of the human heart's connection to the earth. The villagers, young and old, listened with wide eyes, their imaginations ignited by the rich history woven into each story. In ancient Greece, the festival of Dionysus celebrated not just the harvest of grapes, but the very essence of life itself. It was a time to rejoice, to dance, and to drink deeply from the cup of joy. The villagers could almost hear the faint echoes of laughter and music wafting through time, a sound that seemed to mingle with the crackling of the fire. Dionysus was not merely a god. He was a reminder that life ebbs and flows, bringing both sorrow and bliss. The villagers, too, understood this duality. As they shared the bounty of their fields, they felt the weight of the earth and the lightness of their spirits, intertwined as one. As the night wore on, the stories turned darker. In Norse mythology, the festival of Yule marked the winter solstice, a time when darkness reigned. The villagers shivered, not from the cold, but from the haunting tales of frost giants and the mighty god Odin, who rode through the night on his eight-legged steed, seeking lost souls to guide. The fear of the long winter nights was palpable, yet it was during this time that hope flickered like the flames in their fire. It reminded them that even in the depths of winter, the promise of spring lay just ahead. With each story, the villagers felt a connection to the past, a thread binding them to their ancestors. They understood that festivals were not just celebrations. They were rituals steeped in meaning, echoing the cycles of nature and the human experience. The spring equinox brought the festival of Ostara, honoring the goddess of fertility and rebirth. Children squealed with delight at the thought of eggs painted in vivid colors, symbols of new life peeking through the soil. It was a celebration of hope, a collective breath held through winter, now released in a burst of joy. And then there was the heat of midsummer, where the Sun King reigned supreme. Rituals of fire and light danced through the hearts of the villagers. They felt the warmth of the sun on their skin, just like those ancient Celts who celebrated Litha, gathering to share laughter, food, and love. It was a time to honor the earth, to remember the connections that bound every man, woman, and child to the land they cherished. The air buzzed with the sounds of life, of bees humming and children laughing, echoing through the fields where crops swayed gently, waiting to be harvested. As the villagers gazed into the fire, they felt the echoes of these festivals thrumming through their veins. The stories of old were alive, breathing, pulsing with the rhythm of the seasons they all knew so well. They understood that each festival was a way to mark time, to connect with the cycles of nature, and to honor the spirits that guided them through the darkness and into the light. The flames flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to animate the very stories being told. The villagers leaned closer, spellbound by the drama unfolding around them. They were no longer just listeners. They were participants, intertwined in the fabric of myth and belief that transcended generations. Every heartbeat echoed with the rhythm of the earth, a reminder that life was fleeting, but rich with meaning. As the night deepened, the stories transitioned to the festival of Samhain, an ancient Celtic tradition marking the end of the harvest and the beginning of winter. It was a time when the veil between the living and the dead thinned, allowing spirits to wander among the living. The air grew heavy with emotion as the villagers remembered lost loved ones, lighting candles to guide their way back home. They felt a chill run down their spines, not from fear, but from the deep, comforting knowledge that they were never truly alone. The flickering lights were a bridge connecting the past and present, reminding them of the love that transcended even the boundaries of life and death. The vivid tapestry of emotions, joy, fear, connection, swirled around the villagers as the stories flowed, each one pulling them in deeper. They were enveloped by the warmth of the fire, yet felt the chill of winter's promise looming on the horizon. Time was fluid, and they understood that every festival, every story, was a thread in the ever-weaving fabric of existence. With each tale, the villagers became more aware of their place in a world that was both vast and intimate. They were part of something larger, a cycle that echoed through time, a rhythm that could not be broken. As the fire burned low, their hearts swelled with gratitude for the whispers of the past and the warmth shared among friends and family. The night was not just a celebration of the harvest, it was a recognition of life's fleeting beauty. The air shimmered with anticipation, the kind that comes just before dawn breaks, a moment suspended in time. Laughter blended with the soft murmur of the wind, a sound that promised renewal, a reminder that even as one season ended, another awaited just around the corner. The stories had reached an emotional crescendo, the villagers bound together by the power of their shared history, ready to welcome the next chapter, the next festival, the next heartbeat in the dance of life. In the stillness of twilight, when shadows stretch and whispers of ancient tales dance in the air, the legend of Atlantis calls out, echoing through the corridors of time. It is a story wrapped in mystery, a haunting melody that resonates in the hearts of those who dare to believe. Once a dazzling city, resplendent with gleaming towers and vibrant life, Atlantis was said to be a civilization ahead of its time, a place where harmony ruled and the arts flourished. But just as quickly as it rose, it vanished beneath the waves, leaving behind a riddle that stirs both fear and fascination. As candlelight flickers, illuminating the faces of the eager listeners gathered around the crackling fire, their eyes widen with anticipation. They lean forward, drawn in by the gravity of the tale, the echoes of distant waves crashing against an unforgiving shore, the lament of a civilization lost. Was it mere fantasy, a figment of imagination spun by the philosopher Plato? Or was there a truth buried beneath the sands of time, waiting for the brave to uncover it? Atlantis, with its fabled riches and advanced knowledge, has sparked the imaginations of many. Some believe it was a real place, perhaps located in the depths of the Mediterranean, while others suggest it lay in the icy waters of the Antarctic. Historians, adventurers, and dreamers alike have devoted their lives to chasing this mirage, seeking remnants of a society that might hold the key to understanding humanity's own destiny. The very thought sends a shiver down the spine, igniting a flicker of hope tinged with the sorrow of the past. Yet, Atlantis is not alone. Other myths across the globe whisper of lost lands, each with its own charm and despair. Take, for instance, the story of Mu, said to be a vast continent that sank into the Pacific Ocean. Imagined as a utopia filled with peace and enlightenment, Mu is believed to be the cradle of all civilization. As the fire crackles, tales of the great earthquake that shattered this paradise ripple through the crowd, filling the air with a tangible sense of loss. Was Mu another mirage, or did it once thrive with life, now forever silenced beneath the waves? The haunting tales of Avalon linger as well, a mystical isle shrouded in fog and mystery, where King Arthur was said to rest after his final battle. It beckons to those who seek solace, a sanctuary for souls weary of the world. The mere mention of its name stirs a longing for something elusive, a place where time stands still, and magic weaves through the very fabric of existence. Echoes of lost civilizations are imbued with a sense of urgency, a reminder that greatness can slip away in the blink of an eye. Consider the Incan city of Paititi, hidden somewhere in the dense Amazon jungle. Legends say that it holds treasures beyond imagination, guarded by thick foliage and the whispers of ancient spirits. The thought of discovering such a place ignites a fire in the hearts of treasure seekers, filling their minds with dreams of glory and wealth. Yet it carries with it the burden of the past, a past filled with both wonder and devastation. People are captivated by these stories, their hearts racing with the possibility of what might be found. The idea that there are places still waiting to be unearthed, memories trapped in stones and soil, fuels their spirits. They gather maps, draw lines in the sand, and set out on quests that may lead them to forgotten realms, only to be met with the cold, hard truth that some stories may forever remain untold. Every tale of lost lands comes with the weight of history, shrouded in mystery and longing. The story of Atlantis might fade into the background, but the quest for knowledge remains eternal. Even as the embers of the fire dim, the listeners are not easily silenced. They share their thoughts, their dreams intertwining like the smoke curling into the night sky. Each whisper carries the weight of expectation, the fear of loss, and the thrill of possibility. As the stories unfold, the tension rises. What if Atlantis truly existed? What if one could walk its streets, feel the pulse of its vibrant life, and understand its downfall? The very idea sends chills down their spines. The questions linger, weaving a tapestry of emotions that binds them together, igniting a shared passion for the unknown. They are not just listeners. They become part of the legend itself, their hearts beating in rhythm with the lost souls who once thrived in these fabled lands. And there lies the beauty of these myths. They speak to something profound within every person, the longing for connection, for understanding, for a glimpse into a past that shapes the present. Each legend serves as a mirror, reflecting the hopes and fears of humanity, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there exists the spark of possibility. As the night deepens, a curious silence falls over the group. Eyes gleam with the light of imagination, and hearts race at the thought of what lies ahead. They know that the tale of Atlantis is just the beginning of a much larger narrative, a swirling vortex of myths, each one leading to another, like a spider's web spun in the darkness. With every heartbeat, the air thickens with anticipation, and the shadows seem to pulse with the promise of more stories yet to be told. The warmth of the fire flickers, casting dancing shapes on the walls of the night, while outside, the wind carries the echoes of ancient cities, long lost to time. The legends, profound and deeply human, bind them together, creating an invisible thread that weaves through their souls. With bated breath, they realize that the stories of Atlantis, Mu, and Avalon are not mere remnants of a forgotten past, but rather a call to arms, an invitation to uncover the truths buried beneath the waves of time. The legends beckon them to seek, to question, to dig deeper into the mysteries of their own existence, and as they sit in the flickering glow of the fire, they are left breathless, teetering on the edge of revelation and wonder. The night is alive with promise, and the journey is far from over. Under the shadow of a pale moon, a whisper of wind swept through the ancient forest, carrying with it tales of transformation that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. In every rustle of the leaves, there was a hint of magic, a promise that the stories of shape-shifting and metamorphosis were not just fanciful legends, but threads woven into the very fabric of history. Long ago, in a time when men walked among gods, the myths of transformation were rich with emotion and steeped in mystery. The Greeks told tales of gods like Zeus, who could take the form of a swan to seduce a mortal woman, leaving her breathless and bewildered. The stories of his exploits spoke of love, loss, and the unbreakable bond between mortality and divinity. In those moments, hearts raced, and the line between reality and illusion blurred, inviting the listener to imagine a life where one could transcend their own skin. As the moonlight danced through the trees, it cast shadows of ancient figures, each one a vessel of untold stories. There was the tale of Daphne, who, desperate to escape Apollo's relentless pursuit, begged the earth for sanctuary. In an instant, her wish was granted. She transformed into a laurel tree, her heart forever bound to the earth, yet forever free. The tragedy of her metamorphosis lingered in the air, a poignant reminder of the choices that shaped destinies and the sacrifices made in the name of freedom. Across cultures and continents, the theme of transformation echoed. In Native American lore, the coyote emerged not just as a cunning trickster, but as a shapeshifter, embodying the fluidity of identity. The whispers of ancestors spoke of how one could slip into another's skin, not just for trickery, but to understand the world through different eyes. Each transformation held a lesson, each shapeshift a mirror reflecting the complexities of human existence and the profound connection between all living things. In the icy realms of Norse mythology, the gods and goddesses were not immune to the allure of transformation. Loki, the god of mischief, was infamous for his shape-shifting abilities. He became a mare, a fly, even a salmon, embodying the chaos and complexity of existence. With every change, he challenged the very nature of identity, forcing those around him to confront their understanding of self. Would they embrace the fluidity of life or cling to their rigid definitions? The answer lay hidden within the heart of every beholder. The stories of metamorphosis did not shy away from the darker side of transformation either. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, characters faced tragic fates, such as King Midas, whose wish for gold turned him into a figure of desolation, forever isolated by the very gift he had desired. It was a cruel reminder of how transformation could be both a blessing and a curse, a duality that resonated with the fears and dreams of the listeners, echoing long after the tales were told. As dusk turned to night, the air thickened with tension. The legend of werewolves emerged, rooted in primal fear and longing. A man, cursed or blessed, would transform on a full moon, embodying the savage instincts lurking within his soul. The stories warned of the thin veil separating humanity from the beast, a visceral reminder of the darkness that dwells within us all. The thrill of the hunt, the rush of adrenaline, and the fear of losing oneself in the wild became an irresistible lure, keeping listeners on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding in the rhythm of the night. The ancient Egyptians, too, celebrated transformation through their gods. Isis, with her profound magic, could revive the dead and alter the fabric of reality. The stories spoke of life and death, of rebirth and renewal, stirring the hearts of those who believed in the eternal cycle. In the flickering candlelight of temples, devotees recited prayers, hoping to harness the transformative power of the divine. Each chant resonated with emotion, a heartfelt plea for change, healing, and hope. Meanwhile, in distant lands, the transformation myths of the East unfolded like delicate silk. The tales of the Chinese dragon, a symbol of power and grace, revealed a creature that could shift between realms. As it soared through the skies, it reminded mortals of their potential to rise above the mundane, to embrace the extraordinary within themselves. Each transformation held the promise of enlightenment, a glimmer of hope that transcended the ordinary struggles of human life. These stories were not simply fables. They were the heartbeat of humanity, echoing through time. The fear of change and the yearning for escape were universal, binding people together across ages. They spoke to the deepest desires of the soul, exploring the juxtaposition of freedom and confinement, revealing how transformation could be a path to enlightenment or a descent into chaos. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to breathe, inhaling the weight of these narratives. The air crackled with tension and anticipation, as if the very earth held its breath, awaiting the next tale. The narratives of shape-shifting and metamorphosis wove an unbreakable connection to the past, a reminder that the stories of transformation were not just relics of folklore, but a living, breathing tapestry that resonated in the hearts of all who dared to listen. It was then, in that electrifying moment, that something shifted in the air. The whispers of the ancients grew louder. The shadows danced more fervently, hinting at secrets yet untold. The promise of metamorphosis lingered in the atmosphere, vibrant and alive, drawing all who listened into an uncharted realm where the boundaries of reality blurred. And the power of transformation awaited, ready to unveil its next chapter. The sound of horses' hooves echoed across the mist-laden hills as legions marched through the dense green forests of Gaul. Each step was a rumble, a promise of change that made the very earth tremble beneath them. Among the Celtic tribes, an unsettling whisper spread like wildfire. The Romans, with their iron armor and unyielding discipline, were coming, and with them, a tide that would wash over centuries of tradition and belief. Celtic myth was a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of ancient stories, where gods and goddesses danced in the shadows of colossal oaks, and the spirits of the land whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Druidic rituals filled the air with the scent of burning herbs, and the laughter of children echoed down riverbanks, where tales of heroic battles and otherworldly creatures painted dreams in the minds of young and old alike. But the Romans, with their penchant for order and their relentless ambition, were not interested in stories. They sought dominion over bodies, lands, and hearts. As the legions advanced, the myths of the Celts began to feel the weight of Roman boots. The great god Cernunnos, once revered as the master of beasts and the guardian of fertility, now found himself overshadowed by the might of Jupiter, the king of the Roman pantheon. The sky darkened with a growing dread as the Celts watched their sacred groves being cleared, their altars dismantled to make way for temples adorned with foreign symbols. The very essence of their beliefs began to twist and turn, losing its form and integrity beneath the relentless advance of a powerful empire. At the heart of every battle fought against the Romans was a desperate attempt to hold on to a rich tapestry of culture that had been passed down through generations. Warriors, with faces painted in the colors of their clans, charged into the fray, chanting hymns that echoed the valor of their ancestors. Yet, with each clash of swords, a different sound emerged from the chaos, a haunting lullaby that spoke not just of war, but of a deeper loss. The Celts knew they were not just fighting for land, they were fighting for their very identity, their gods, and the stories that made them who they were. The conquest left its mark. It was not merely a physical invasion, but a spiritual one as well. As the Romans established their roots, they often adopted aspects of Celtic mythology, twisting them to fit their narrative. The goddess Brigid, once a symbol of fire and inspiration, was slowly transformed into a saint, her ancient rites diluted and repackaged to suit a new order. The warmth of her hearth became the coolness of stone churches, and the joyous celebration of Imbolc faded into a more solemn recognition of her new life as Saint Brigid. The laughter that once filled the air with vibrancy dulled to echoes of prayers recited in Latin, a language foreign in the ears of the once free people. Amidst this turmoil, The Celts did not simply surrender their beliefs. They adapted, weaving Roman elements into their fabric of myth. This syncretism birthed a unique hybrid of spirituality, a dance on the edge of two worlds. The stories morphed, characters evolved. A once feared warrior, now dressed in Roman attire, stood shoulder to shoulder with a Celtic deity, both fighting for survival in a world that demanded change. The ancient tales began to reflect the reality of their struggles, intertwining the majestic and the mundane as they faced a new and daunting age. It was not just the gods that felt the pressure. The very landscapes pulsated with a new energy. Rivers once believed to carry the souls of ancestors now became sites of Roman ceremonies, where offerings were made to a pantheon that felt alien. The sacred groves were replaced by orderly rows of crops, each plant a soldier in the army of agriculture that the Romans imposed. The very soil, once rich with the blessings of the earth spirits, now yielded to the disciplined hand of the conqueror. But amidst the chaos, the Celts retained their spirit. In the shadows of the Roman forts, whispers of old legends still fluttered on the lips of bards. The tales of the Tuatha De Danann, the ancient gods of the land, were woven into songs sung by the fires at night, their power undiminished by the encroaching tide. Even in the face of oppression, the desire to remember, to celebrate, and to dream remained alive. The Romans might have brought their legionnaires and their laws, but they could not extinguish the fire that burned within the hearts of the Celts. As the years turned into decades, and decades into centuries, the influence of the Roman conquest began to ebb and flow, creating a new landscape of belief. Stories evolved, merging the valor of Celtic warriors with the structured heroism of Roman legends. The lines between conqueror and conquered blurred, resulting in a rich tapestry that was not solely Celtic nor Roman, but a fusion of both, a living reflection of a world that had been irrevocably altered. And so, the myths lived on, twisted yet resilient, echoing through the valleys and mountains. They became reminders of a struggle that had shaped their very identities. Even as new conquerors rose and old ones fell, the heart of the Celtic spirit endured, a testament to the tenacity of belief in the face of change. The shadows of the past danced alongside the new realities, creating a haunting harmony that resonated through time, drawing in those who dared to listen, those who dared to believe. A world forever changed, yet in its transformation lay an unquenchable fire. The story was far from over. A thick mist hung over the rolling hills of Ireland, swathing the ancient stones in a shroud of mystery. The air crackled with whispers of legends long forgotten, tales that danced on the tongues of those who dared to listen. In the faint light of dawn, a figure stood at the edge of a mossy glen, heart pounding with the echoes of the past. This was more than just a place. It was a stage for the revival of stories that had been silenced for centuries. Somewhere beneath the surface of contemporary life, the pulse of Celtic mythology throbbed with renewed vigor. It called out to artists, writers, and dreamers, those who sought the magic of the old world. This was not a mere fad. It was a resurrection, an awakening of the spirits that had once walked among the living. The echoes of ancient warriors and wise druids reverberated in the verses of poets and the strokes of painters who sought to capture the essence of a timeless narrative. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the revival surged forth like a river breaking free from a dam. In the fervent arms of the Celtic revival, figures like W.B. Yeats and Lady Gregory, fueled by the desire to reclaim their cultural heritage. breathed life into the forlorn myths of their ancestors. Words poured from their pens like molten gold, mingling with the dew of the morning and the sigh of the evening breeze. They spun tales of heroes and heroines, of love and betrayal, set against a backdrop of lush landscapes and haunting ruins. Each story was a bridge connecting the present to a time when the fabric of existence was woven with the threads of magic. The stories of Cuchulainn, the great warrior, and Deirdre, the tragic beauty, echoed through the chambers of the heart, igniting passions that transcended the ages. Yeats himself, with his intense gaze and fervent spirit, found a muse in the myths of old. His poetry became a tapestry, interwoven with themes of fate, heroism, and the deep pain of longing. To read his lines was to feel the heartbeat of a culture yearning to reclaim its identity. But it wasn't just the writers who felt the tug of the past. Artists like John Duncan painted sweeping landscapes filled with cloaked figures caught in the dance of a timeless narrative. His brush captured the essence of the otherworld, where fairies and ancient deities lingered just beyond the veil of reality. Each stroke of paint seemed to breathe, vibrating with the energy of the Celtic spirit. The colors swirled and blended, drawing the viewer into a world where the mundane and the magical collided. In the shadows of the revival, something ethereal stirred. The folk traditions that had survived in the whispers of elders began to resurface. In small villages, gatherings turned into storytelling sessions, where the flickering fire illuminated faces filled with awe and wonder. The tales of old were not merely told, they were lived. The magic of the myths seeped into everyday life, infusing it with meaning and mystery. People dressed as ancient figures during festivals, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the tales that had shaped their ancestors. As the 20th century unfolded, the revival of Celtic mythology found footing in literature and art, but it also made its way into music. The haunting melodies of traditional Irish music became vessels for ancient stories, as musicians infused their songs with the essence of the past. Instruments, like fiddles and harps, sang of battles fought and love lost, weaving a soundscape that transcended time. In pubs and homes, the air thickened with emotion, as listeners found themselves transported to a place where warriors still roamed the hills and fairies danced beneath the moonlight. And then came the rise of the Celtic Twilight movement, a wave that swept across the arts, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who craved a deeper connection to their roots. It was not just a longing for nostalgia, it was a powerful assertion of identity. Artists and activists alike embraced the richness of Celtic symbolism, using it as a form of rebellion against the encroaching forces of modernity. Each symbol carved into stone or woven into fabric was a declaration that the past was never truly gone. It lived on through the very essence of the people. The revival wasn't without its challenges. As the world rushed toward industrialization, the threads of myth were sometimes frayed and distorted. Commercialization threatened to dilute the authenticity of the tales, turning them into mere souvenirs. Yet, for every plastic trinket, there was a voice rising against the tide, a whisper of truth that kept the essence alive. It was in the small, quiet corners of the world, where the old ways were still honored, that the real magic thrived. Through the pages of history, the revival of Celtic myth began to weave itself into the broader fabric of global culture. Legends of the Celtic lands crossed oceans, finding new lives in the hearts of those far from their origins. The tales of the Sidhe, the mystical fairy folk, and the great battles of the Tuatha De Danann resonated with audiences who found reflections of their own struggles and dreams within these ancient narratives. They were not just stories, they were lifelines, connecting people across time and space. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the landscape, the air was thick with anticipation. The revival had sparked a fire, a flame that flickered with the energy of countless souls who yearned to reclaim their heritage. The mist that had once hung heavy in the hills now felt alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of the past. The future lay ahead, full of possibilities, where the stories continued to unfold, where every shadow held a promise waiting to be realized. And as the night deepened, a sense of unity wove its way through the hearts of those gathered. The tales would continue, for they were not bound by time or place. Each person, each story, added to the tapestry, creating a living, breathing testament to the power of myth and the resilience of the human spirit. The revival was not an end. It was merely a beginning, a passage into realms yet to be imagined, where the stories would thrive and the spirits would dance, eternally intertwined with the souls of those who dared to believe. Beneath a sky heavy with the weight of ancient stories, a world teems with enchantment and unspeakable wonder. Each hill, every gnarled tree, holds whispers of heroes long gone, and the air crackles with magic that tugs at the edges of reality. Here, in the misty valleys of Ireland and the rugged highlands of Scotland, the echoes of Celtic mythology pulse with life, inviting those who dare to listen. From the first flickering of the flame in a humble hearth to the thundering battles of gods and mortals, the tales of the Celts resonate through time. They spill forth from the pages of grand manuscripts, each word a pulse of history, echoing the laughter of warriors and the sorrow of lost love. The Book of Kells, with its breathtaking illustrations and intricate calligraphy, stands as a testament to the artistry of the Celts. It is not merely a book, it's a living tapestry of myth, where every stroke and hue immerses its reader in the sacred lore of creation, the divine, and the ethereal beauty of the otherworld. As you turn the pages of the Táin Bó Cúailnge, the tale of the legendary hero, Cu Chulainn, unfolds like a storm. You can almost feel the weight of his spear, the fierce determination in his heart as he defends Ulster against the armies of Connaught. The narrative pulls you into its fierce embrace, where the clash of swords and the cries of battle become a symphony that lingers in your ears long after the last word is read. Cu Chulainn is not just a hero. He embodies the very essence of the Celts, their courage, their loyalty, and the heartbreaking fragility of existence. Then there is the Mabinogion, a collection of Welsh tales that dances between the realms of the mundane and the magical. Here, the enchanting story of Pwyll and his journey into the otherworld can steal your breath away. The moment he meets Aran, the lord of the otherworld, you feel a chill run down your spine, the kind that reminds you of a hidden truth. The boundaries between this world and the next are not as solid as they seem. The tales weave together themes of love, betrayal, and transformation. Each character a vessel, carrying the weight of their choices, their fates intertwined in a tapestry as intricate as the patterns in a Celtic knot. As the words flow, the figures of Brigid and the Morrigan emerge, divine beings who embody the duality of existence. Brigid, the goddess of poetry, healing, and fertility, offers warmth and comfort, while the Morrigan, a fierce goddess of war and fate, strikes fear into the hearts of men. They remind us that life is not simply light or dark, but a complex interplay of both. Each tale carries with it an emotional resonance, a reminder that the human experience is filled with shades of joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat. The poetry of the Celts, too, sings with the voices of the past. The Oisin in Tír na Nog story captures the heart as Oisin, a warrior poet, journeys to the land of eternal youth. Here, time stands still, and the beauty of existence feels eternal. Yet, as he returns to the world of men, the inevitable passage of time crushes the joy of his youthful adventures, leaving behind a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of life. Readers find themselves holding their breath, caught between the allure of the other world and the reality of their mortal lives. Amidst the tapestry of woven words, figures like Seamus Heaney and W.B. Yeats emerge as modern torchbearers of this ancient tradition. Heaney's Sweeney Astray, a retelling of the Mad King Sweeney's plight, resonates with the haunting echoes of isolation and longing. His words, steeped in the richness of Irish landscape and folklore, breathe life into the past while reflecting the struggles of the present. Yeats, too, dips his quill into the well of Celtic mythology, weaving the spirit of the Fae and the tragic love story of Diarmuid and Grain into verses that linger in the air like the perfume of blooming wildflowers. As the clock ticks on, the fingers of the past clutch at the threads of the present. The legends of the Celts, no longer confined to dusty tomes, pulse vibrantly in contemporary works, capturing the imagination of new generations. Modern authors like Susan Cooper and Alan Garner pull from the wellspring of Celtic lore, breathing fresh life into age-old stories. Cooper's The Dark is Rising series melds myth with the trials of modern-day children, while Garner's The Owl Service echoes with the haunting songs of the Welsh mythos, proving that the ancient can become anew, alive with meaning and relevance. This literary lineage curls like smoke, intertwining the past and the present, reminding us that these stories are not mere remnants of bygone days, but living entities that pulse with emotion, yearning to be told again. The mountains that shelter these tales serve as silent witnesses to the triumphs and tribulations of countless souls, urging each new reader to step closer, to feel the heat of the fire, and to embrace the emotions that dance in the flickers of the flame. And so the tales continue, a river flowing unceasingly through the landscape of literature, binding hearts and minds across time and space. The power of Celtic mythology lies not just in its stories, but in the way those stories resonate within us, echoing our fears, our desires, and our hopes. Each character, each event, brings forth a swell of emotion, a reminder of the shared human experience that transcends the ages. The narratives beg to be told, reimagined, and retold, their magic alive and breathing, waiting to entwine with the souls of those who dare to listen. The wind howled through the ancient stones of the standing circle, whispering secrets of a time long past. Moonlight cast a silvery glow, illuminating intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with life. Each figure, every swirl and knot, told a story that transcended the boundaries of time, echoing the hopes, dreams, fears, and beliefs of a people deeply entwined with the natural world. This was not merely decoration. This was a language, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of existence, connecting the Celts to their gods, their ancestors, and the very essence of the universe around them. Art and symbolism in Celtic culture were not mere embellishments. They were the lifeblood of their mythology. From the delicate spirals etched into sacred stones to the fierce, majestic beasts depicted in metalwork, these creations were imbued with meaning. They resonated with emotions, crafting a bridge between the mundane and the mystical. The Celts viewed nature as a living entity, each rock, river, and tree alive with spirit. Their art reflected this belief, transforming the physical world into something magical and vibrant. Take a glance at the intricate patterns of the Celtic knot. Endless loops and interwoven lines, these symbols represented the interconnectedness of all life. They spoke of eternity and the unbreakable bond between this world and the next. When a warrior wore a cloak adorned with such designs, it wasn't just a statement of pride, it was a protective charm, a way to carry the strength of the universe into battle. It was said that these knots could bind the soul to the earth, ensuring that one would never be lost to the winds of fate. In the dim light of a longhouse, a bard strummed a harp, each note floating like a feather on the breeze. The stories he sang were steeped in symbolism, rich with metaphors that breathed life into ancient legends. The tale of the great god Dagda, who wielded a club that could slay armies and a cauldron that never ran dry, was more than a mere myth. It was a reflection of the Celtic spirit, a reminder of abundance, strength, and the cyclical nature of life. As the bard's voice rose and fell, listeners felt their hearts swell with pride and longing, transported to a time when gods walked among them. Every piece of Celtic art was a portal into the human experience. The fierce boar, a symbol of courage and ferocity, represented the warrior spirit, while the graceful swan embodied beauty and transformation. These animals were not just creatures of the forest. They were messengers from the other world, guiding souls through the trials of life and death. Young men would often paint images of these beasts on their shields, believing that their essence would flow through them in battle, instilling ferocity and grace. The sacred tree, often depicted in carvings, stood as a powerful symbol of the universe's structure. The roots dug deep into the earth, grounding life, while branches stretched toward the heavens, connecting the earthly realm with the divine. The Celts revered trees, seeing them as homes to spirits and realms beyond the veil. In their art, the oak, ash, and yew became symbols of strength, wisdom, and transition. It was said that if you carved your wishes into the bark of a tree under the full moon, the spirits would hear you, your dreams woven into the fabric of the cosmos. Art also served as an act of remembrance. In a society that placed heavy importance on ancestry, the intricate carvings found on gravestones and burial sites were more than mere markers. They were tributes to the lives that had come before. The stories of the dead were etched into stone, ensuring their legacies would endure. The swirling patterns and mythical creatures carved into these stones held the power to evoke tears and laughter, preserving the memory of love, loss, and the eternal cycle of life. This emotional tapestry of symbols reached its zenith in the tales of fierce battles and epic quests. The saga of Cuchulainn, the hero with a spirit as wild as the tempest, was depicted in vivid hues and powerful imagery. His transformation into a warrior, a boy becoming a man, was captured in art that seemed to breathe and pulse with each retelling. The fierce determination in his eyes, the ferocity of his stance, told of a spirit unyielding against fate. The symbols of his journey whispered to every listener, igniting a fire in their hearts. A reminder that greatness was born from struggle and sacrifice. As the night wore on, the flickering flames of a fire danced, casting shadows on the walls adorned with symbols. A hush fell over the gathering as an elder rose to speak. His voice, like a gentle stream, flowed through the air. He spoke of the importance of honoring the past, of carrying the weight of tradition into a future yet unwritten. The symbols that adorned their everyday lives were reminders of their ancestors, their struggles, and their triumphs. Each carving, each tale, was a thread in the fabric of their identity, a sacred heritage to be cherished and passed down. And as these emotions filled the air, mingling with the smoke and shadows, the stories of old took on new life, entwining themselves with the hopes and dreams of the present. The Celts understood that their art was not static. It was alive, evolving with each generation that came to know it. The vibrant colors, the intricate designs, the weight of meaning behind every image transformed their surroundings into spaces of sacred significance. The night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next tale to be told. The flickering firelight continued to dance, casting playful shadows, urging the stories to flow like the rivers that crisscrossed the land. The beat of drums echoed in the distance, a heartbeat that intertwined with the pulse of the earth itself. And as the bard prepared to sing once more, the air vibrated with anticipation, the listeners clinging to every word, every note, every symbol that would ripple through their souls and resonate long after the fire had died down. Here, in this moment, art and symbolism played their role, not just as embellishments, but as the very essence of life itself, forever binding hearts and minds to the stories that shaped their world. In a dimly lit room, shadows flicker across the walls, dancing to the tune of ancient tales whispered across the ages. The air is thick with anticipation as the screen lights up, revealing a world where gods, heroes, and otherworldly creatures come to life before our eyes. This is not just fiction. It's the heartbeat of a rich tapestry woven from the threads of Celtic mythology, a legacy that has found its way into contemporary film and media, stirring emotions long buried within the soul. The first notes of a haunting melody drift through the air, and suddenly, a figure emerges from the mist, Cú Chulainn, clad in armor, his fierce gaze piercing through the fog of time. His story, a saga of bravery and sacrifice, unfolds with every frame. The audience is pulled into a whirlwind of emotions, their hearts racing as they witness the clash of swords and the intensity of battle. Cú Chulainn, known for his unmatched prowess and tragic fate, embodies the essence of heroism, a theme that resonates deeply with modern viewers, craving narratives that elevate the human spirit against insurmountable odds. Yet, it is not just the warriors who captivate the imagination. The ethereal beauty of the Sida, the fairy folk, beckons from the corners of the screen, wrapped in shimmering cloaks and enchanting melodies. Here, the ancient belief in the otherworld comes alive, drawing audiences into a realm where love and loss intertwine. The films tap into the age-old tales of star-crossed lovers like Deirdre and Nawise, whose tragic destinies ripple across time. Their story, like a pebble tossed into a pond, sends waves crashing into the hearts of millions, reminding us of the fragility of love and the inevitability of fate. Even in the simplest moments, where the sun sets over rolling green hills, the imagery evokes a sense of nostalgia. The lush, wild landscapes of Ireland breathe life into these narratives, grounding the fantastical in a vibrant reality. Viewers are swept away, feeling the cool breeze of the Emerald Isle, hearing the whispers of the ancient druids in the rustling leaves. Cinematographers paint these scenes with delicate strokes, capturing the splendor of a mythic past that feels uncannily close, as if it were part of our own history. Modern films intertwine these age-old stories with contemporary issues, creating a bridge between the past and the present. Characters grapple with identity, social justice, and the quest for belonging, mirroring the struggles faced in today's world. The stories of the Tuatha De Danann, the mythical race of gods and goddesses, resonate powerfully as they challenge oppression and fight for their rightful place in the world. This interplay of myth and modernity invites audiences to reflect on their own lives, igniting a fire of hope, resilience, and courage. As the credits roll and the lights flicker back on, there's a buzzing energy in the room. Conversations spark like wildfire as people recount their favorite scenes, their hearts still racing with adrenaline. The power of these tales lingers in the air, making it impossible to forget the emotions they stirred. Yet, this is only the beginning. The mythic legacy of Celtic lore continues to weave its way through the tapestry of contemporary culture, expanding beyond the silver screen. Television series pulse with the same energy, exploring deeper layers of Celtic mythology with each episode. Characters evolve, complexities unfold, and the lines between good and evil blur, echoing the ancient tales that celebrate the duality of existence. The struggle between light and darkness, a prominent theme in Celtic legends, finds new life in modern storytelling. It's a reminder that within every hero lies the potential for failure, and within every villain, the spark for redemption. Animated films bring forth whimsical interpretations, where folklore dances hand in hand with creativity. Children gather around screens, eyes wide in wonder, as Puck leads them through the enchanted forests of Faerie. These stories, rich with humor and heart, introduce the younger generation to the wonders of Celtic mythology, planting seeds of curiosity that may one day bloom into a deeper appreciation for their heritage. The conversion of ancient tales into graphic novels and video games further expands the reach of Celtic legends. Gamers immerse themselves in quests that echo the hero's journey, battling monsters reminiscent of those found in the pages of old, feeling the thrill of adventure course through their veins. Every level completed is an homage to the mythic past, where every choice reflects the timeless themes of sacrifice and valor. Amidst this cultural renaissance, the echoes of ancient prophecies seem to whisper louder. They call for a reconnection with roots, a revitalization of community, and a celebration of shared stories. Festivals dedicated to Celtic heritage spring up around the globe, where music, dance, and storytelling come together in joyous revelry. People gather to celebrate not just their ancestry, but also the universal truths that bind us all. The ancient bards live on, their spirits dancing in the vibrant beats of drums and the sweet notes of flutes, reminding everyone that these stories are not mere relics of the past, but living, breathing parts of our collective experience. And as the last note fades into silence, a lingering sense of wonder remains, the kind that finds a cozy nook in the heart and refuses to leave. Each tale, each character, and each emotion experienced leaves an imprint, beckoning all who have felt their pull to seek more. The stories live on in the minds of those who love them, ready to leap into new forms, ready to inspire generations yet to come, forever entwined with the fabric of our modern lives. The night unfolds, and the stars twinkle above, as if the very cosmos are watching, waiting for the next story to be told. In this endless cycle of creation, of retelling and reimagining, the echoes of history rise once more, promising that the magic of Celtic mythology is far from over. Each new interpretation is a thread woven into this rich tapestry, ensuring that the tales of old will never fade away, but instead continue to flicker like the flame of a candle in the dark, guiding souls toward the light of understanding and connection. A chilling mist settled over the ancient hills of Ireland, cloaking the landscape in mystery. Shadows stretched like fingers across the earth, whispering tales of old. In this hauntingly beautiful place, the boundaries between the living and the otherworldly blurred, giving rise to the rich tapestry of Celtic mythology, a tapestry woven with threads of magic, heroism, and heartache. Each tale, each character, bore witness to the struggles and triumphs of a people deeply connected to their land and traditions. Beneath the emerald green, the stories of the Tuatha De Danann emerged, a race of divine beings known for their wisdom, artistry, and fierce protection of the natural world. They were the forgotten gods of Ireland, living in the shadows, unseen yet ever present in the hearts of the Celtic people. Legends spoke of their arrival from the skies, shimmering in light as they descended upon the land, bringing with them the gifts of magic and civilization. Yet, just as swiftly as they arrived, they faded into the mists of time, retreating to the otherworld, a mystical realm that mirrored the physical world but was filled with enchantment and wonder. The tales of the Celts were not merely stories. They were the very essence of life itself. They echoed in the wind and danced in the flames of the hearth. In the telling of these myths, emotions ran high as fierce battles erupted and hearts broke under the weight of love and loss. A warrior named Cu Chulainn stood as a pillar of heroism, his name evoking both fear and admiration. With his fiery hair and unmatched skill in battle, he defended Ulster against the forces of Connaught, fighting with the ferocity of a lion and the heart of a lover. Yet, even he was not immune to the sorrows of fate, for love would come at a price. The tragic tale of his beloved Emer, woven with longing and sacrifice, left a bittersweet ache that resonated through generations. Meanwhile, across the Irish Sea, the ancient myths of the Norse held their own spellbinding allure. The thunderous roars of Odin echoed through the valleys, summoning warriors to Valhalla, while the cunning of Loki twisted destinies in unexpected ways. The Norse gods were raw and wild, embodying the untamed forces of nature. Their sagas felt like a storm, fierce and relentless, revealing both the beauty and brutality of existence. The parallels between the two mythologies were striking, both filled with themes of sacrifice, transformation, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. As the Celts and the Norse faced each other in battle, it was not merely a clash of swords, but a collision of worlds. Each side held beliefs and values deeply rooted in their respective traditions. The Celts revered the land, with their deities tied to the earth, water, and sky. The sacred groves and rivers were their sanctuaries, where they offered prayers to the spirits of nature. In contrast, the Norse viewed the cosmos as a grand tapestry of interconnected realms, with Yggdrasil, the great tree, bridging the worlds. Each tradition represented a unique perspective on existence, giving rise to a fascinating dialogue between their mythic narratives. Stories traveled beyond borders, as the Celts and the Norse settled into new lands, merging traditions and creating new legends. The enigmatic figure of Brigid, goddess of healing and poetry, became a beacon of light in both Celtic and Norse lore. Her fire, a symbol of inspiration, flickered across the ages, igniting creativity in the hearts of those who dared to dream. She bridged the gap between communities, embodying the threads of shared humanity that connected the two cultures. In whispered tales, the Morrigan loomed large, a goddess of war, fate, and sovereignty. To some, she was a harbinger of doom, a dark figure shrouded in raven feathers, while to others, she symbolized empowerment and the fierce protection of the land. Her presence spoke of the complexities of womanhood, embodying both creation and destruction. In the Norse sagas, figures like Freya echoed similar themes, a goddess of love and war who wielded her own power over fate. The stories of these formidable women resonated deeply, challenging the notions of strength and vulnerability, weaving a narrative that transcended time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ancient stories continued to pulse with life, fueled by the hearts of storytellers. The fires flickered, casting shadows that danced like specters, while listeners leaned in, captivated by the power of myth. The resonance of those narratives rippled through time, connecting the past with the present, shaping the identities of those who came after. The rich historical roots of Celtic and Norse myths intertwined like the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, creating a legacy that would echo through the ages. In the sacred groves of the Celts, the air was thick with magic, where druids spoke to the trees and spirits walked among mortals. The tales of the Fae, luminous beings that flitted between worlds, held a special place in the hearts of the people. The sense of wonder lingered, a reminder that magic was not simply a tale told, but a reality felt in every rustle of leaves and every drop of rain. In Norse mythology, tales of elves and giants shared a similar enchantment, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy, inviting listeners to believe in the extraordinary. Yet, amid the beauty of these stories, there lay an undercurrent of tragedy. The inevitability of change loomed as the old ways faced the encroachment of new beliefs and influences. The arrival of Christianity, with its singular focus on salvation, overshadowed the rich diversity of the old gods, leading to a slow but steady erosion of these vibrant traditions. The myths, once woven into the fabric of daily life, began to fade into mere folklore, whispers lost to the winds of time. But the embers of these tales remained, glowing softly in the hearts of those who remembered, waiting to be rekindled. As night deepened, the stars emerged like ancient spirits, illuminating the sky with their celestial dance. The myths of the Celts and the Norse, filled with heartache and joy, remained woven into the very essence of existence. Each story held a mirror to humanity, reflecting not only the darkness that lay within, but also the light that flickered, refusing to be extinguished. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth echoed in every tale, connecting the threads of myth across cultures, ensuring that the legacy of the past would forever pulse with life. And so, the stories continued, waiting to be told again, a tapestry forever unfolding into new chapters, each one more hauntingly beautiful than the last. Underneath the shroud of a thick misty morning in the rolling hills of Ireland, the echoes of a past long gone still linger in the air, as vibrant and haunting as the whispers of ancient trees. Footsteps crunch softly on the dew-kissed grass, where legends once roamed and stories breathed life into the very soil beneath. As the sun begins to break through the clouds, casting rays of golden light across the landscape, one can almost hear the faint notes of a harp, a gentle invitation to remember the tales of old. The Celts, with their intricate knots and spirals, wove more than just beautiful patterns. They crafted a world where every stone, river, and tree held a spirit, where the veil between the living and the dead was as thin as a breath. Today, this legacy still pulses through the veins of modern culture, stirring something primal and deep within. From the fierce warrior tales of Cuchulainn to the enchanting stories of the Tuatha De Danann. The myths carry a weight that resonates across generations, shaping identities and igniting imaginations. In the bustling streets of Dublin, modern life thrums with energy, but traces of the ancient weave through the city's fabric. A street artist, brush in hand, captures the fierce spirit of the Morrigan on a crumbling wall. The goddess of war and fate leaps to life in vivid colors, her eyes piercing, beckoning passers-by to remember the untamed power of the feminine. Each stroke of the brush resonates like the beating of a drum, an echo of the past meeting the present. Those who stop, even for a moment, feel a shiver of something familiar, a connection to a time when the world was alive with magic. In homes across the Celtic nations and beyond, the stories of old are passed down like sacred heirlooms. Children gather around warm fires, eyes wide with wonder, as their grandparents recount tales of the Green Man, the spirit of nature, and the adventures of Finn McCool, a giant with a heart as vast as the ocean. The flickering flames dance in harmony with the stories, casting shadows that swirl like the spirits of the ancients, wrapping the room in a cocoon of shared heritage. Each tale is a reminder that they are part of something greater, a lineage that stretches back to the very dawn of time. Yet, Celtic mythology isn't just confined to the whispers of the past. It finds its voice in the music that fills the air. The beats of traditional Irish tunes that make feet tap and hearts race. In pubs, the melodies of fiddles and flutes create a tapestry of sound that is both haunting and celebratory. Onlookers close their eyes, letting the music pull them into a world where fairies dance under moonlit skies and warriors clash in battles of honor. The essence of the Celts lives on in every note, igniting a fire that warms the soul. The legacy of the Celts also breathes through literature, where authors like W.B. Yeats and James Joyce drew inspiration from the rich tapestry of myth. Yeats, with his magical verses, infused the modern world with the enchantment of fairies and the wisdom of ancient sages. In his words, the past and the present collide, creating a bridge that allows readers to walk alongside heroes and heroines of yore. Each page turned is a heartbeat, a pulse that connects to the rhythms of the earth, echoing with the strength of stories that refuse to fade. In the realm of art, the influence of Celtic symbolism is undeniable. Artists, both ancient and contemporary, have found inspiration in the spirals and knots that speak of eternity and interconnectedness. Tattoos adorned with intricate designs tell stories of courage, love, and connection to the land. Each design carries the weight of history, a living testament to the enduring impact of the myths that once guided the Celts through life's trials. Each tattoo is a mark of identity, a reminder of the fierce spirit that flows through their blood. As technology advances and the world spins faster, the allure of the mystical remains unbroken. Online communities blossom like wildflowers, where enthusiasts share art, stories, and insights into the ancient world. Blogs and forums buzz with excitement, connecting people from all corners of the globe who are captivated by the allure of the Celtic legacy. It is here, in the digital realm, that legends are reborn and new stories are crafted, ensuring that the heartbeat of the past continues to echo in the lives of countless individuals today. Festivals celebrating Celtic culture thrive, drawing people together in joyful reverence. The sounds of laughter and music fill the air as families gather to dance, donning vibrant costumes that reflect the colors of their heritage. The energy is palpable, a celebration that transcends time. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet breads, mingling with the laughter of children playing ring games. games that have been passed down through generations. It is a moment where the past dances hand in hand with the present, where every flick of the wrist and beat of the drum draws them closer to something larger than themselves. And yet, lurking beneath the surface is a reminder that these tales are not just stories. They are lessons. The challenges faced by the heroes and heroines of Celtic mythology mirror those of today. Themes of love, betrayal, honor, and sacrifice resonate in the hearts of modern individuals, reminding them that they, too, are woven into the fabric of the universe. The stories encourage resilience, urging them to embrace their own journeys with courage and grace. As the sun begins to set, casting vibrant hues across the sky, it is impossible not to feel the weight of generations pressing in. The echoes of the past are a comforting embrace, inviting all to remember that they are part of something eternal. The legacy of Celtic mythology is not confined to history. It lives and breathes in every heartbeat, every dream, and every whispered prayer. It is a cycle that continues, spinning seamlessly from one moment to the next, enveloping all in its powerful embrace, beckoning them to listen closely and remember. The moon hung low in the sky, casting silvery shadows across the ancient stones of a forgotten circle, where stories of the past whispered through the breeze. It was here that the fire of curiosity flickered, igniting passions long dormant, as the echoes of Celtic mythology beckoned the world anew. As the light danced on the weathered stones, a new era of exploration and understanding loomed on the horizon, one that promised to breathe new life into tales woven with magic and mystery. Scholars and enthusiasts alike felt the pull of these narratives, an urgent need to connect with the voices of the ancients. They gathered in small candle-lit rooms, poring over texts that had survived the ages, but still held unexplored layers of meaning. The tales of the Tuatha De Danann, fierce warriors and ethereal beings, and the heart-wrenching stories of lovers like Deirdre and Nawise held a magnetic quality, inspiring a fresh wave of interpretation. The future of Celtic mythology is bright, illuminated by the intersection of academia and community. As technology advances, the ability to share and disseminate knowledge becomes easier. Online platforms burgeon with rich content, allowing enthusiasts to connect with one another, transcending borders and sharing insights as if the very threads of their stories were being woven together anew. This digital renaissance creates a fertile ground for collaborative research, where individuals from diverse backgrounds can piece together fragments of history, revealing a tapestry that speaks not just of the past, but of an ever-evolving present. In the realm of archaeology, fresh discoveries continue to unearth treasures that challenge old assumptions. The recent findings of burial mounds and artifacts in Ireland sparked debates about the spiritual and cultural practices of ancient Celts, suggesting that their beliefs may have been more complex and interconnected than previously thought. With each excavation, the air is charged with anticipation, the possibility of unearthing a trove of stories that can breathe fresh life into age-old myths. As researchers dig deeper, the focus sharpens on the lesser-known figures of Celtic lore. No longer relegated to the shadows of giants like Cuchulainn or Brigid, characters like the enigmatic Morrigan emerge as crucial players in a grand narrative. Scholars are now questioning what these figures mean to modern audiences. How do these ancient archetypes resonate with contemporary struggles, such as the quest for identity in an increasingly globalized world? Each question leads to more, teasing out the richness of these stories and their relevance today. The fusion of Celtic studies with other disciplines ignites a passionate flame. Artists, musicians, and writers draw deeply from the well of mythology, shaping new expressions that resonate with old truths. Music inspired by the haunting stories of the Banshee sends chills down the spine, while visual artists capture the ethereal beauty of legends through vibrant, evocative imagery. This creative energy serves as a bridge between the past and the present, reminding us that these myths are not relics, but living entities that continue to inspire and challenge our understanding. As the sun sets on the horizon, illuminating the pages of forgotten manuscripts, the whispers of poets and storytellers echo all around. The revival of oral storytelling, a practice steeped in tradition, finds new life in modern gatherings. Communities come together under starry skies, sharing tales that once danced on the lips of their ancestors. The raw emotion of these narratives, of love, loss, and the struggle against fate, awakens something primal, a connection to the shared human experience that transcends time and culture. With the rise of interdisciplinary studies, the exploration of Celtic mythology invites voices from various perspectives. Feminist, environmental, and post-colonial critiques breathe new life into stories that have long been dominated by traditional narratives. The experiences of women in these tales, often sidelined, come rushing to the forefront, revealing the strength and resilience of figures like Etaine and Medb. As these voices find their place, they challenge established interpretations, sparking conversations that resonate across classrooms and living rooms alike. Research also turns its gaze toward the natural world, intertwining ecology with mythology. The Celts' profound respect for nature is being examined through the lens of environmental studies. How did their understanding of the land influence their myths? The sacred groves, the flowing rivers, and the mighty mountains pulse with life, demanding recognition in the stories that celebrate them. As these connections deepen, a call emerges to honor the earth that nurtures us, echoing the sentiments of ancient tales that remind us of our role as stewards of the land. As the flickering flames of the bonfire illuminate eager faces, the excitement of the crowd builds. Discussions take root, fueled by the mysteries that still linger. How can ancient wisdom guide modern dilemmas? What lessons from the myths can empower future generations? The intertwining of the past with the present creates a vibrant dialogue, begging for exploration and understanding. Children, too, find themselves drawn to these stories, their imaginations ignited by the adventures of heroes and the enchantment of fairies. Schools incorporate mythology into their curriculums, not merely as subjects to be studied, but as living stories that inform values and inspire creativity. The fascination of youth ensures that the fire of Celtic mythology will continue to burn brightly, illuminating hearts and minds for generations to come. Each revelation builds upon the last, like the swell of a powerful tide, unearthing treasures from the depths of the collective memory. The pages of history continue to turn, inviting fresh interpretations and emotional connections. The future of Celtic mythology is not merely an academic pursuit, but a living, breathing entity that resonates with the essence of what it means to be human. The stories call softly yet insistently, a siren song that invites everyone to listen, to feel, to engage. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle overhead, the next chapter awaits. More questions, more stories, more connections,